月から、元は NFT に関する、規制を考えるプロジェクトチームでありましたが、皆さんご承知の通り NFT だけ見ていてもですね、全体像見余りますので、我々はブロックチェーン、暗号資産、NFT、その先のメタバース、さらにはですね、このブロックチェーンをベースにして組織を回す DAO、さらには金融の世界で行く DeFi、こういったものを全体を見てですね、レギュレーションのデザイン、さらには税金、タックスのデザインをしておこうということで、議論を重ねてまいりました。去年のですね、プロジェクトチームからのですね、いわゆる成果としてはですね、いわゆるガバナンストークン、自社発行、自社保有のですね、トークンを自家評価をして課税をする問題というのがですね、我が国にはありました。結果として、大変優秀なですね、Web3 関連のスタートアップの若い起業家がですね、シンガポールに流出をする、もしくはドバイに流出をするということがありました。これは渡辺壮太さんなんかが代表的な事例でありましたが、これについてはですね、我々の PT の議論を踏まえ、今年の4月から自家評価から外すという形で解決をすることができました。まだまだ税制に関してはですね、他社発行のトークンをですね、持っている場合の自家評価を外すなどの問題も残っておりますが、この点につきましては政府の骨太方針にもこれから検討をしていくということが書かれておりますので、今後の年末の税制の議論に向けて準備を進めてまいりたいと、そのように思っております。またいくつか問題があったわけでありますが、例えば日本においてはトークンの上場、これが大変時間がかかるという問題もありました。これはですね、事業者の皆さんのご努力もあってですね、今解消に向けて、かなり急ピッチにですね進んでいるというふうに認識をしております。また NFT のですね賭博該当性という問題もありましたが、こちらについてもですね業界団体、そして政府の各省庁とのいろんな議論の中でガイドラインが設定をされたと、そのように承知をしております。また Web3 企業、またスタートアップ、監査法人がですね監査をしてくれない、そういったですね声も現場からあったわけでありますが、これも我々のプロジェクトチームが中心になって金融庁、経済産業省、そして公認会計士の協会組織、そしていわゆる Web3 関連事業者、これがラウンドテーブルをですね作りまして、今相互理解をし、この問題の解決に向けて議論が急ピッチに進んでいると、そのように考えております。世界はですね、クリプトウィンターと言われ、アメリカをはじめですね、世界中、今年はですね、特に規制強化一辺倒だろうというふうに思っております。一方で日本は我々のチームもあり、またホワイトペーパー、いわゆる政策提言書をですね、年2回の頻度で出しております。これ英語版に訳しまして、リーガルチェックを受けて世界にも発信をしているということもあり、実は今回の G7 でですね、特に暗号資産を中心に規制強化の議論をしようという声も一部あったわけでありますが、我々プロジェクトチームのですね発信のこともあり、また議長国の日本がですね、Web3 非常に前向きに捉えているということで、規制一辺倒の議論にはならなかったというふうに承知をしております。特にクリプトウィンターに関してはですね、FTX など大きな取引所でのですねスキャンダル、これが大きな要因であったというふうに我々分析をしておりますが、我々のプロジェクトチームはですね、ブロックチェーンのことも理解をしていますが、金融のスペシャリストもたくさんいるもんですから、今回のこういった一連の事件はブロックチェーンの本質に関わることではなくて、いわゆる我々から言わせれば昭和の時代に起きた金融事件、そういうふうに整理をしております。ブロックチェーンそのものにはですね何ら影響のないことだろうと思っています。FTX においては FTX ジャパンというですね関連会社が日本にありましたが、日本の FTX ジャパンはですね監督官庁である金融庁がしっかり管理をしていた、管理というか監督をしていたということもあり、本家のようにですね預かっている資産をですね 区別して分別して管理をしていなかったみたいなことは当然ないわけでありますし、預かった暗号資産はコールドチェーンに、そして法定通貨は信託にということで完全に分離の管理をされていたということもあり、顧客からの預かり資産はですね 100% 保全をされていると、金融庁からも聞いているわけであります。こういった中でですね、もともとは日本の規制が厳しい、もしくはルールが整備をされていない、もしくは税金が高いということでですね、Web3 関連はどんどん日本から外に出ていく。もともとは日本のファンが多かったのに、外国の人たちもですね、日本を避けるという風潮が、去年ぐらいまであったわけでありますが、一周回ってですね、なんか日本の方がやりやすいんじゃないかという、大きな潮流が生まれてきているのではないか、そのように、我々は感じているわけで、あります。この取引所で言えば今世界で一番安全な取引所は日本だろうというふうに考えています。さらには日本発で、いろいろな新しい動きが生まれているということも見逃すことができません。例えばステーブルコイン、これは日本のメガバンクを中心になってですね、6月からだったと思いますが、このステーブルコインの発行といったものが、法整備も完了し、民間から発行されるという流れになっているというふうに聞いております。暗号資産のですね、欠点というのは、いわゆる価格の乱高下が激しいといったものがあります。そういった中でステーブルコインといったものが世界でいろいろ出ていたわけでありますが、本当にステーブルなステーブルコインといったものがなかなかなかったという問題がありますけども、今回そういった日本で大変世界的にも信頼があるですね、メガバンクを中心になってステーブルコインというものが発行されるようになったというのもですね、大変大きな変化であると思いますし、今後のですねメタバース空間においても、大きないい影響を与えていくんではないかというふうに、思って、おります。さらにはですね、いわゆる生成 AI の登場であります。私は AI の進化と実装のプロジェクトチームの座長をしておりますが、ヨーロッパ、アメリカ、そして日本とですね、こういったいわゆるファンデーションモデル、ラージランゲージモデルについては、規制に対する姿勢、考え方が、各々違うわけでありますが、我が国はですね、課題はしっかり把握しつつ、徹底的に使い倒していこうという方針でですね、今臨んでいるところであります。いくつかの問題、例えば、基本的人権を侵害するような AI は許されないし、差別を助長するような AI は許されない。さらには安全保障上のリスク、これもしっかり管理をしなければいけないし、偽情報みたいなですね、民主主義の根幹に関わるようなものもですね、規制をしていく必要があると思っています。さらにはですね、日本はポップカルチャーはじめ漫画アニメなどいわゆるコンテンツの宝庫であるわけでありますが、こういった著作権、知財もですね、AI がそういったデータを食べるときにちゃんとクリエイターもしくは著作権ホルダーにですね報いる形を作っていかなければならないと、そういった方向に今議論をですね加速をさせているところであります。一方で AI を使い倒すという観点からいけば、特に画像生成 AI みたいなものはですね、これからますますメタバース空間をリッチにしていくんだろうというふうに思います。低いコストでですね、非常に充実をした空間を作っていけることができると思います。さらにはですね、チャット GPT が大変話題になりましたが、こういったですね技術がさらに進化をしていく中でですね、おそらく今後ですね、メタバース空間にAI のアバターみたいなものが出てきてですね、さらにメタバース空間をですね面白い空間に変えてくれるんではないかというふうに期待をしているところで、あります。こういった、AI の進化を見ればですね、Web3 から AI へといった言い方がですね、どれだけ的の外れたことかというのは皆さんお分かりになっていただけるんではないかというふうに思っております。さらにはですね、日本でしかあまり見られない独特な動きも広がっています。例えば地方創生 ×Web3 みたいな動きもですね、日本では活発で、例えば NFT で有名になりましたけども、錦鯉 NFT というものがあってですね、 いわゆる仮想集落でですね、その錦鯉の NFT を買った人がデジタル村民になって、みんなでですね、SNS 上で議論しながらその村をですね盛り上げていくみたいなですね、動きも出てきておりますし、さらにはですね、ふるさと納税と掛け合わせて NFT を発行する、そういった自治体も出てきております。そもそもふるさと納税は地方の政府また地域の創意工夫によってその地域の自慢のですね商品など産品などをですね域外にたくさん売ることによってそれを寄付としてですね財政を充実をさせていこうという取り組みであるんですが、これ私地方創生の担当副大臣としてもですねこの政策をプッシュしていたわけですが、やっぱりこれ長年やってみるとですねやっぱり地域格差というものが出てきます。知恵を出すのも大事なんですけど、やっぱりカニとか牛肉とか持ってるとこが強いっていうのがもう宿命的にあるわけで、そういう産品のないとこはどうしたらいいのかといった時にですね、まさにNFT などを発行してデジタル村民なりデジタル市民になってもらって、お祭りであったりその地域の産品の収穫であったり、もしかしたら将来、作られるワインであったり、こういったものを体験したり入手できたりする権利として NFT を発行し、それをふるさと納税の対象にしていく、こういった動きもですね広がっていくんではないかというふうに思っております。そして、もう一つはですね、私はこの DX デジタルトランスフォーメーションでデジタル完結でランディングコストを劇的に安くするっていうのも大事なんですが、繰り返しになりますけども日本はコンテンツ大国でもありますので、こういった日本のコンテンツをですね価値を最大化する。でそれはポップカルチャーでありアニメであり漫画とかでもありますけど、それのみならず日本の伝統文化であるとか食であるとか観光体験、こういったものもですねデジタルの力を使って、価値を最大化する、そういったことが可能になってきます。例えば北海道にあるニセコというですねスキー場があって、世界中からですね、富裕層が集まってきているわけであります。でそのニセコの近くのコンビニではですね、オーパスワンみたいな10万円ぐらいするワインも普通に置いてあるというふうに聞いています。そういった中で実はそのニセコの、あるスキー場がですね、そのスキーのリフトを開始前15分だけ優先的に早く乗れるというチケットを5000円で売り出しました。でそれを NFT で出したもんですから点々流通をして、その5000円のチケットは最終的に9万円の値段がついたというふうに聞いております。これもですね NFT で発行をしなければ転売をしている人たちだけが儲かる世界になるわけでありますが、NFT は当然スマートコントラクトでありますので、転売されるたんびにですねまさにそのスキー場運営管理をしている会社にその一部がですねバックをされる仕組みも作れるわけであります。このようにですね、なかなか日本のいろんなサービス価値のあるものはたくさんあるわけでありますが、30年間のデフレマインドといいものを安くというですね、日本の商売人の倫理観がと相まってですね世界の人から見ればですねもっともっと高いお金を出してもいいんだというものまで安く提供されている売られているということがあるわけであります。こういったものをですね新しいテクノロジーを使って国際価格に引き直していく。でそのことによって地域の経済を活性化させ、また地域の働いている人の給料を上げていく、こういったこともできるんだろうと思っています。さらにはですね日本の伝統文化でいうと日本の大手印刷会社がですね国宝などをですねいわゆるデジタルでスキャンをして 4K テレビ 8K テレビ今10何 K テレビというのもあるそうでありますが、そういったデジタルの技術を使って再現をすると。例えば、水墨画をですねデジタルスキャンをして、超高精度でですね襖なり屏風なりにですねそれを再現をするという技術を持っているわけでありますが、この間お話を伺ったらその屏風は500万で売っているという話を聞きました。でこれなんぞはまさにですね NFT 化をして、世界のコレクターにですね発売をしていったらいいんではないかというふうに思っております。このようにですね日本ならではの動きがですね どんどん生まれているというのも注目すべき点であると思います。さらに我々のプロジェクトチームではですね、今 DAO、ディーセントラライズオートノーマスオーガニゼーション、非中央集権型自立型組織、要はブロックチェーンをベースにしたですね DAO という組織、これはですね、我々は株式会社やストックオプションに次ぐですねインセンティブ革命だというふうに思っていますので、非常にこの DAO の潜在能力というものを我々高く評価をしています。一方でこの DAO に関するですね法整備が進んでいないところから、なかなか行政であったり大手企業がですね DAO の活用に二の足を踏むということが今ある、そういう現状であるわけでありますが、今我々のプロジェクトチームではですね、DAO の一領域を抜け出して、議員立法で法制化をする、こういったこともですね今チャレンジをしているところであります。全体のお話をさせていただくと、世界中が今クリプトウィンターでですね、歩みを止めている中で、日本は着実にですね、そのステップを前に進めていると。取引所は世界で一番安全、本当にステーブルなステーブルコインも出てきた。AI を使い倒してメタバース空間もリッチにしていく。さらにここにはですね、日本がノウハウを持っている、ゲーム業界、もしくはアニメ業界もですね、メタバース空間にこれからかなりの体制で進出をしていくという話も聞いています。さらにはDAO の立法化などなどですね、今まさに日本はですね、Web3 のビジネスをやる、もしくは新しいアイデアを実装するには最適の場であろうというふうに思っております。そして何よりもですね、我々国会議員、日本のローメーカーがある意味ですね、一番このブロックチェーンの本質を理解をしている、これがですね大きなインセンティブ、要因であるというふうに我々は自負をしていますので、ぜひ皆さんといろんな意見交換をしながらですね、政策のパッケージ、規制のデザイン、タックスのデザイン進めていきたいと思います。最後にですね、私も今いろいろメタバースやってるんですが、どうしても私はメガネをしてるもんですから、そのゴーグルがですね、ちょっとまだもうちょっとかなというふうな思いを強くしてます。この間オキュラスの新しいゴーグルも試させていただきましたし、またアップルからもですね、新しいそういったゴーグルが出てくると聞いております。ぜひこのゴーグルの進化はですね、私も待ちわびておりますので、皆さんでぜひ頑張ってここのですね、技術は前に進めていただきたいと、そのように思っております。今回のカンファレンスが皆様にとりましてですね、充実したカンファレンスになりますことを心からお祈り申し上げまして、私からの講演とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you for that talk. Now, the next speaker is Marwan Al-Zarani. He's the CEO of Dubai Blockchain Center. The topic is about Dubai blockchain.
My name is Dr. Marwan Al-Zarani. I am a strategic advisor for Dubai Economy and Tourism, as well as the Metaverse Technical Committee lead for the government of Dubai. Dubai is part of the United Arab Emirates, which always has taught us and from our leadership that nothing is impossible. We actually in the UAE have a ministry of possibilities, or in Arabic, ministry of nothing impossible. This is the mentality that Dubai comes with and approaches with every project that it undertakes. And the metaverse is no difference. Dubai has also launched what is known as the first independent Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority. And VARA, for short, is a very innovative kind of space that enables the regulations that actually enable the metaverse, and the Web3 enabled metaverse. This is extremely important and shows that there is no international precedence for what we have done here in Dubai. It's a very innovative kind of ways, stems from the same mentality that nothing is impossible. Dubai also always learns by doing and learns by partnering with people. These partnerships, or PPPs, or private-public partnerships, are key to our progress. For example, Dubai launched a Museum of the Future, which is a very innovative physical space that has a lot of interactive experiences which people can perceive as a virtual physical metaverse or a phygital metaverse as well. And it revolves around three ideas, which is the travel into space, so not looking at Dubai or the UAE or the whole world as our complete world, but rather the universe itself and exploration, and really encouraging people by giving people hope and giving people a little bit of what could be ahead of us, maybe 100 years or 200 years. So looking ahead gives people hopes. And giving people hope is what we do here in Dubai through first theme in the metaverse or the UAE's Museum of the Future is space. The second theme is sustainability. And we also have COP28 coming and being hosted in the UAE in this year, end of this year, in November and December. And the third theme is a theme that's extremely important to us humans, which is mental health and clarity when it comes to, taking care of yourself, not only physically, but also mentally. Those are the three themes that are around the Museum of the Future. And one of the projects that was launched by the Museum of the Future is actually an NFT, and that was done in partnership with Binance. Another thing that inspired a lot of people about Dubai is actually Web3 and how this new type of economy, which is the Web3 or a value-based web, is actually at the core of what we do in Dubai. And one of the newer books that just came out is a book called Web3 by Alex Tapscott. And within that book, he sets forth what we should expect from this innovation. And this is extremely important. And we have done a special class with Alex for Dubai and for the whole UAE or the United Arab Emirates for the C-level executives to explain the value take from this kind of technology. Not only the metaverse, but more specifically the metaverse that is driven by Web3. In Dubai, also, we have a metaverse strategy within the Dubai government and also within Digital Dubai, which is the digital arm of the Dubai government. We look at the metaverse as two parts in Dubai. We look at the government-based metaverse and also the private-based metaverse. As you can see in this slide, it is extremely different. The government services are fully on the mobile right now in Dubai, and private sector is doing that as well through apps like ride sharing, through things like apartment sharing and other apps. Also ordering food online, e-commerce websites and things like that. But right now, Dubai as an experience, as a virtual experience, is actually being looked at more closely. So we divide it into three kinds of economy. As you can see in this slide, there's a phygital or physical economy, there's a digital economy, and there's the virtual digital economy. So the physical economy is the physical Dubai, and your experience could be in the physical world, or it could be augmented or supplemented by using your mobile phone. So it's a frictionless user experience. Everything around Dubai is built around user experience, and this is no different. And the second part is the digital economy, which is the using your mobile to buy something without going to a physical store. And the third one, which we're introducing right now and really focusing on in the next period, is the Web3 economy. How do we tie in both the digital economy and the physical economy to the metaverse economy? And the most value will be driven by games as the initial stage. And I think gaming is extremely important. and gamification and reward-based systems are the ones that are going to be at the forefront of this kind of technology. So let's discuss a little bit about our goals in this metaverse strategy. Our goal is to be a worldwide leader, also to be one of the top 10 economies of the world, not only in the physical and digital economy, but also in the new web. This is a very bold kind of goal, but this is what we aim to do here in Dubai. We want to foster the most innovative metaverse economies. We want to foster and partner with the best people in this space. We want to create and identify metaverse champions within our government, within our private sector, and also empower them to do what they can to make Dubai one of the top destinations for the metaverse around the world. Our focus is actually on artificial intelligence, and you've seen recently as well this artificial intelligence, especially through generative AI, as well as large language models taking center stage and really having this rapid development, and tying that in with things like blockchain technology and Web3 and NFTs and metaverse. All of that actually creates a really substantial kind of force multiplier for these kind of technology, not working in silos, but working together to achieve goals that are not thought of before. I think each one of those is a force multiplier for each other technology within that space. Dubai also launched a metaverse guideline, and the guideline is very innovative as well. It revolves around digital experiences, also digital lands and digital lands in metaverses, which has digital scarcity, and also digital assets, whether they are through games or other achievements or things like soul-bound tokens. And this digital economy is actually creating new kinds of jobs. And these jobs, what we foresee, are only the tip of the iceberg. And I think, and we think here in Dubai as well, that job creation will be much more substantial than the jobs that are taken away by technologies such as AI. So unless you are ready, unless you are as a person and as a community and as a city and country are ready and set forth the goals and the strategies that are needed to push forward this kind of technology, you will become obsolete and you will become a third world when it comes to technology adoption. So new kind of jobs and new kinds of gig kind of based economy is what we're looking at as well. We want to create a lot of jobs in Dubai. In the metaverse space, we want to create around 40,000 jobs. We want to empower this space. We want to bring in the talent to Dubai to launch their projects in Dubai. Our metaverse strategy revolves around three things. One is industry creation, so attracting companies to come to Dubai as one of the KPIs. The other one is upskilling and reskilling the people and education. And the third pillar is actually government use cases within the metaverse. All of these three verticals will need talent creation and talent upskilling. The metaverse ecosystem is a huge ecosystem, and it is ever expanding at the moment. And our goal is to align with the best people in the space and making sure that they are actually incentivized to come to Dubai and work with us in our projects, not as a customer and a provider, but rather than that as a partnership. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the metaverse and how it ties into other strategies we have in Dubai. And one of them that was just launched a couple of weeks ago is the Dubai Digital Clouds. So a lot of these metaverse strategy or metaverse companies have their offerings on the cloud. So we need to upgrade a number of things when it comes to the technical offering of Dubai. One of them is, of course, speed and latency. We have to make sure that they're extremely optimized for the metaverse. The other thing is actually providing the right kind of cloud service, which has built-in security, oversight, competitive pricing, world-class level of service. And that's not going to happen for us in isolation. It has to be done with the right partners. And the first project that was launched by the Moro Hub, as well as Dubai Digital, as well as Microsoft as a provider of this digital service. This kind of project is the first of its kind in the region, but it also sets the pace for and the example for people to follow. You will need the underlying infrastructure in order to build for the metaverse. Another initiative is the Dubai Digital Strategy, and within that strategy there are multiple objectives, and one of them is cybersecurity, digital competitiveness, data and statistics, digital city, which is also a metaverse-built city where digital twins play a huge part in it. We partner with a number of government departments like Dubai Municipality to make this happen. The digital twin and the simulation of data within Dubai, and being really at the forefront of not only data of the city, but rather the timely data and the accurate data from the city to make sure that it is done in the proper way is extremely important. And setting the strategy to do that is important. The digital infrastructure and digital economy is also an extremely big part, and the metaverse will play a huge role in that as well. Another strategy is the Dubai Cyber Strategy, which was set forth by Dubai Electronic Security Center, and it aims around 4 main pillars. One of them is the cyber secure society, and the other one is an incubator for innovation. The third one is active cyber collaboration, which again around the same theme of Dubai, which is private-public partnership. And Dubai Electronic Security Center created an innovation center that actually is in partnership with the private sector or party, in this case Thales, which actually partnered with Digital Dubai through Dubai Electronic Security Center to create a center and a leader in innovation in the cybersecurity space, but also in digital enablement. The whole idea and one of the main pillars of the cyber strategy is creating a Dubai that is resilient, both in the physical, digital, and the phygital space. Last but not least, and much more important than everything I've said about Dubai so far, is Dubai's outlook, Dubai economic outlook. And in that we have something called the Dubai D33, which is Dubai Economic Outlook 2033. So looking 10 years ahead to see what we can do as Dubai to improve the user experience in Dubai, to make Dubai the #1 destination worldwide for people to live in, work in, and really deliver value in. People living in Dubai have to look forward to tomorrow. Dubai has to develop kind of an ecosystem where this is actually a way of life of Dubai. So some of those initiatives are around, for example, adding 400 new cities to our economic corridor. So having agreements with different cities around the world where we have partnerships with and bilateral agreements to create a really comprehensive foreign trade map for Dubai. Dubai's green and sustainable initiative is actually important as well. So we focus on things like green tech, sustainable manufacturing, insure tech, things that are powered by technology, but also look at sustainability and the environment as at the forefront of everything that we do here. The idea is to create 65,000 new jobs as well in this new economy over the next 10 years, which is a very aggressive kind of goal, but at the same time, it is a goal that can be achieved. And this is the actual number of graduates that actually will be graduating in the next years from the Dubai colleges, universities, and the educational output of Dubai. Dubai also is launching something called the Unified License, which is one license, one reference to any kind of business that is launched in Dubai. There's a lot of other kind of initiatives that will come along and supplement and really empower Dubai to be at the forefront of technology and innovation. And I just wanted to give you a really top view of everything that's happening here in Dubai to inspire you to see what Dubai can offer you. But I think more importantly, you owe it to yourself to really come to Dubai and see it for yourself. So in October, we have a number of events happening in Dubai. One of them, and the main one, is GITEX, which is the Gulf Information Technology Exhibition and Conference, which is the world's largest conference around this kind of theme. But alongside that, we have something more specifically for the metaverse and blockchain, which is the Future Blockchain Summit. And that's happening between 15th and 18th of October. And you owe it to yourself to actually come here, meet the innovators here in Dubai, rub shoulders against all the thought leaders in the space, and really understand the value of Dubai by actually being here. I look forward to seeing you in Dubai, and I look forward to hosting you here in Dubai during the Future Blockchain Summit. Thank you for your attention, and see you in Dubai.
Now the next talk is Standards for Building the Metaverse by Philip Venblom from ISO IEC JTC1.
Hello, I'm Phil Wemblem. I work for Intel, where I'm Global Director of Standards Policy, and I also serve as Chair of ISO IEC JTC1. It's in my capacity as JTC1 Chair that I'm speaking to you today, and I'd especially like to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to share this information with you. JTC1 is a joint technical committee of IEC and ISO. It's chartered to develop standards in the field of information technology. It provides consistent IT deliverables across all of IEC and ISO. These deliverables are building blocks for global markets that respond to the needs of all stakeholders, including businesses, governments, consumers, and other organizations. Membership in JTC1, like all IEC and ISO committees, is by country. And JTC1 currently has 37 participating members and 64 observing members. So altogether, a little over 100 countries are involved. The technical work is organized in 23 subcommittees and 5 JTC1 level working groups. We currently have 4,500 active participants, including experts and delegates, and they're currently developing around 500 standards. The committee has more than 3,300 standards that have been published so far. The technology areas covered by JTC1 are broad. This slide shows the topics covered by the subcommittees and working groups. To illustrate a few of these, coded character sets defines the encoding of all characters on this screen and on all the digital devices that all of us are using today. Cards and security devices for personal identification include standards for driver's licenses, credit cards, and passports that we all use. Programming languages include standards developed for that define the programming languages Fortran, C, and C++. IT security techniques define standards for technologies and best practices that keep our digital data secure, and they also address privacy considerations. Some of the newer committees that have been formed are addressing standards for Internet of Things and digital twin, artificial intelligence, and the newest committee, which is still in the approval process, is developing information technology for smart cities. JTC1's focus is horizontal. We develop information technology standards that are applicable across domains. The emphasis is on initiating new work at the right time and delivering high-quality standards that respond to global markets. We have a good track record of having those standards accepted worldwide. We also work together with other IEC and ISO committees and other organizations that are utilizing information technology to develop domain-specific standards. We have more than 400 liaisons and a significant emphasis on effective cooperation and collaboration. To give a couple of examples, we're working on applying artificial intelligence to the health informatics sector, working together with ISO TC215. And we have important cooperation with ISO TC20 Subcommittee 16, which is developing standards for unmanned aircraft systems. JTC1 has been developing standards relevant to the metaverse for about 30 years. Much of that work is taking place in JTC1 Subcommittee 24. This subcommittee develops standards for computer graphics, image processing, virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality, also environmental data representation and visualization of information. Another important committee is Subcommittee 29. Subcommittee 29 is focused on efficient coding of digital representations of images, audio, and multimedia information, also coding of other digital information, and support for digital information such as synchronization, presentation, addressing privacy, etc. These standards from these two subcommittees, although some of the work predates the term metaverse, this is very relevant material for anyone who's building metaverse applications today. JTC1 is developing technology standards for building the metaverse in a number of areas, including 3D virtual world representation and visualization, also 3D avatar representation. There are standards for virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality-based information, definition and processing with 3D worlds, knowledge and semantic information definition and processing, IC integration techniques, and virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality-based safety, security, identity, authority, etc. with 3D virtual worlds. I've included in this presentation a list of some of the current standards that are available that are useful for building the metaverse, starting with this list here with standards about 3D virtual world representation. This is also a good time to mention that Subcommittee 24, which developed these, has cooperation with some important external organizations or external to ISO and IEC, including the Open Geospatial Consortium, CEDRIS, and Web3D. Continuing with some examples of existing standards that are useful for building the metaverse, I'd like to highlight in particular 19774, humanoid animation. This standard defines a method for representing humanoids in a network-enabled 3D graphics and multimedia environment, and it also demonstrates how those humanoids can be articulated. Another one to highlight is 18040. This standard defines a reference model and components for representing a live human or animal and integrating that in a 2D or 3D virtual world, and it shows how to manipulate the humanoid or animal within that virtual world. These are a few more existing standards useful for building the metaverse. This slide includes some of the examples of standards that are useful for building the metaverse that were developed by Subcommittee 29. As one example of their work, we could illustrate 23090 Part 5. This standard defines a method for efficient coding and decoding of 3D shapes and figures. Maybe the best way to illustrate it is to show you the next slide. This slide shows some realistic 3D humans that have been represented using the techniques defined by 23090 Part 5. And a few more standards, again, developed by Subcommittee 29 that are useful for building the metaverse. We also have in JTC1 a number of projects underway now that are expected to complete in the coming months and years, and these are also ones which everyone who's interested in the metaverse should pay attention to. You see here there's some projects regarding 3D world representation, visualization, information processing, projects regarding avatar representation, and also projects dealing with integrating 3D virtual worlds and avatars. Additional projects, these coming from Subcommittee 29, deal with efficient coding of audio and video that would be very useful for people who are building virtual worlds. JTC1 is interested in doing future standards development that would enable metaverse applications and support the metaverse. These are a few areas, and they include information infrastructure, standards to enable software development for metaverse applications, standards on user interfaces for metaverse applications, integration standards necessary for application service development, and governance standards which anticipate that some of the concerns in the real world will need to be addressed in the metaverse. For all of this work, this is forward-looking, and we very much invite you to join us. Our committees are open and would welcome your participation. We are still early in the development of the metaverse and metaverse applications. It'll be important to study how real people use the metaverse, how they experience metaverse applications, and what they would like to become, so that we can use those learnings to guide new technology standards development that will enable a better future. Thank you for your attention, and thank you again for the opportunity to share this information with you today.
So our next speaker is Dr. Bob Lee, co-founder and CEO of Moziware. I think he's on Zoom.
Hello. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to join the second Japan International Networks Conference. I still remember last year about this time, I joined the first conference, shared a lot of the work we have done and our colleagues have done in the industrial metaverse space, and glad to be here again and share some of the updates we have from a AR and AI perspective this year also. As we all know, that AIGC becomes a very popular topic this year, and certainly we see AIGC as a great content generation tool for AR as well. And in this speech, I would like to share some of the updates we have around combining some of the AR and AI capabilities and see how we can benefit, provide solutions that can benefit with the greater good of industrial workers and frontline employees. Certainly, there's very high demand, as we see for the past few years, for the frontline AR digital transformation solution. And the key pinpoints, as we summarize here, are around productivity, connectivity, and safety. The productivity obviously means how we can have the frontline employees to interact with data algorithms and enterprise applications, also access to enterprise knowledge, which are typically very siloed within a large enterprise, especially to improve their productivity and efficiency during their work. And second is about connectivity. As we all know, automated system has becoming more and more popular. Robots, automated systems in many of the manufacturing space, and how to allow ，allow our foreign workers to work seamlessly with all these automated systems is a key pinpoint for frontline employees. And lastly, but not least, is safety. Obviously, human has human errors, and we also need to work with compliance according to industrial standards. So having an extra eye and AI on your head help you to prevent human errors. And from IDC's projection, we can see clearly that although we had some slightly downturn in 2022, but we're optimistic around this year and next year about the continuous growth of both industrial and commercial AR. And as most of our key focus is around industrial applications. And our slogan for our mission is empower frontline excellence, is to provide frontline workers with AR technology that help to connect them with experts, software applications, data, and AI to improve their productivity. Here's a short video to introduce our product and how it's being utilized in different applications.
明白，那我知道了。好呀，行，那我看看我这边再调查。你有听过吗？
Industry and manufacturing are changing faster than ever. You need technology that will help your employees stay ahead.
张力，哪个张力啊？
Introducing the Simo Black, the world's first lightweight wearable computer that allows your workforce to live document site or safety inspection, access key technical data and plans, remote communicate with technical support or management, access stock inventories and orders, receive supervised training and support. Simo headsets feature 3 local app functions: voice control, document viewer, and photo and video recording. Each piece of functionality is designed to enable workers to achieve new heights collectively. Integrated ChatGPT with voice input allows instant searching of technical databases to call up fault codes, maintenance advice, and reference documentation. If the fault cannot be found, remote fault features allow workers to receive technical support live from experts. Simo's built-in laser pointer allows precision identification of issues, and collaborative tools help identify solutions, enabling an instant response and higher success rate first time. Perform accurate quality checks and maintenance reviews. Make workflows with step-by-step process management and hands-free voice confirmation. Powerful AI detection tools allow the inspection and automated identification of issues in control systems. Programmable parameters allow the wearer to see clearly where power networks are functioning correctly or highlight potential problems. This allows workers to deal with issues instantly and report any findings. AI features also provide enhanced safety management to ensure colleague safety in dangerous areas. Automated dress code checks verify the presence of correct PPE and visually flag any breaches, providing reassurance that all workers are protected in an appropriate way at all times. Improve the speed and accuracy of stock control with laser-guided barcode scanning and voice control confirmation. Remote technical training becomes simple with a shared first-person viewpoint, allowing students to watch trainers as they guide them live through step-by-step use of industrial machinery. The instructor can record the session. Take
小鹿是不会让这个孵算机会浪费掉的吧？
肯定不够。就算最后他上来500万都没有人，也。
Zero Black, empowering frontline excellence. Let us to find out more.
So as you can see from the video, that we're already using some of the latest AI technologies embedded in our hardware as well to provide a combined solution to enable frontline workers. So from a product perspective, we provide the latest lightweight AR industrial headsets. Inside the headsets, we have a complete voice operating system. That voice operating system, Infinite OS, would also be compatible with many of the existing industrial apps by simply installing into the device and optimize a bit on the UI side, then it's off to go. And then combining the Infinite OS, we provide AI services, things like voice recognition, voice prints, voice ID, and also AI visual analysis and AIGC capabilities, all within the device through APIs. And of course, we do mobile device management to allow our users to remotely manage and configure their device in the field without having to taking them out back from the user and set them up in the office. So all of this is providing easy to use hardware, software, and platform solutions for our enterprise user. Here are some of the cool features about Zemo. And obviously, the most important thing is it's a lightweight device, but industrial grade. Because what we find often in the field is the workers wants to use devices, but the user experience is not great offered by some of the previous technologies. So we take all those feedback into our design considerations and providing this newer generation of device so that you can carry it easily, but also at the same time use the device easily in different work scenarios. And as I mentioned, Infinite OS voice system is compatible with many Android-based industrial apps. And so far, we have already certified 200 plus different apps on the device. So it's easy for enterprise to adopt such devices as well as continue to use some of their familiar existing industrial and enterprise applications like remote collaboration, digital workflow, AI, AIGC like Q&A for enterprise knowledge-based access, and asset management. All of these are available from our partners, software partners, or customers to choose from. Some of the unique features, like on the device, for example, we have the industrial first view camera system, providing the main camera to provide overall field of what the worker is seeing, but also the front camera to provide the first eye view, like see-through effect behind the display pod, so that in case the remote expert has to see what exactly the frontline user is seeing, the front camera is a much more accurate view than the main camera. What's more is to provide the first laser guidance. We have an embedded laser on the device so that the frontline worker doesn't have to always look at their display to decide or determine what is the field of view of the camera, what is the expert is looking at, or what the device is capturing during their work, to further improve work safety so that the worker can focus more on his work instead of looking at a screen. And with all of that, this is still a very robust design, ruggedized design, so that you can work in tough environments, pretty difficult environments, as well as I will show in some of the use cases later on. So we have different customer bases as we find the solutions. It's truly a very generic and universal solution provided to a lot of customers in different verticals, automotive, obviously, and food processing. A lot of healthcare customers use the device for home care, for emergency response, ambulances, utilities, and retail as well. Some of the use cases here I will quickly show to the audience here is, for example, one of the common use cases is for after-sales services of high-end critical equipments. Konica is a customer here to use smart glasses to empower their distribution systems, dealers, and service partners to remotely diagnose, troubleshoot product issues, and also keep a digital record of what has been done to the product during the service process, and also remote dealer training and auditing of the service quality. So far, this has been used in all of the dealers and service centers in China, and the customers are seeing very immediate effects of service quality improvements. Konis manufactures heavy-duty commercial vehicle engines, and they use our device across many service centers globally to help their service technicians to access to service menus, service error code database during their service process, and also provide remote support if needed when troubleshooting a difficult case. Air Liquid is a customer who has deployed our product in Finland, actually near North Pole. Very cold, very harsh environment. Definitely can see that the worker in that environment needs to wear warm coats, gloves, so they need a hands-free solution to provide remote technical support for their maintenance and technical support work. So this has been providing true value to Air Liquid to use the device across many of their remote sites across the globe. Another industry as a power generation, Huaneng Group is one of the largest power generation company in Asia with over 200 gigawatts of capacity. So now it's becoming a standard digital tool for their frontline employees to use in their daily work. It's across different use cases, remote collaboration, doing troubleshooting and power plant maintenance, digital worksheet, EHS management, knowledge sharing. So this has been a very successful case for us with Huaneng Group that they use our devices and software in different use cases. So I know it's pretty quick. We only have 15 minutes here to share some of the latest updates we have, but I'm happy to engage further if there's any questions regarding our product and services or sharing some knowledge and experiences. You're welcome to shoot a note to us. We will answer that anytime for you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so our next speaker is Dirk Luth. He's the CEO and co-founder of Upland Me. The title is Upland's Contribution to Building an Open Metaverse.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for having me in Kyoto today for this conference. Excited to speak. I'll say also hello to everyone online. So my name is Dirk Luth. I'm co-founder, co-CEO of a company called Upland. We do actually build a metaverse which is based on the real world. And I'm also chairman of the Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3. We have a big company signing up together, working with us, like Animoca Brands, Sandbox, Decentraland, and Dapper Labs. So what is, I'm going to run through today first what Upland is about. So Upland, what we say is basically we want to build the largest digital economy, right? It's quite an ambitious goal, and also at the same time our mission.
You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is a platform powering the entrepreneurial community in the open metaverse. Upland is the metaverse that is fast becoming the central hub for players to build their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland platform is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, invest in, or flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory and create a business with Upland Meta Ventures. Players are also able to own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. They can collect, sell, and show off artwork and other NFTs, and so much more. In Upland, we really are building the open metaverse economy and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players like you.
So we're based in Silicon Valley, Mountain View, and but we have a team all around the world. So what do we actually do, right? So we came up with the idea, Monopoly. I don't know if you have played that when you were young. Basically, it's a sport game. We said, okay, we take the real world, we take Monopoly, from game logic, and then we take also, blockchain technology. And now the result is we're currently live in 23 cities around the US, in 3 cities in South America, 3 cities in Europe. And we just announced that we're coming to Tokyo, actually, in a few weeks. And I have a URL at the end because we're going to do that together with a partner. So basically what you do is actually you purchase a land which is based on our actual property parcels. And then as we're coming from this inspiration of Monopoly, you can go and start completing a collection, properties with the same characteristics. And then you can maybe earn a little income on those properties. And then you can start building houses and run and operate shops. So the user experience works exactly like this. So first of all, when you download Upland, you can go to iOS or Android store or to the web. You see a globe, very much like Google Maps or any other map application you have. So then you click on it, and I just took here the example of New York. So this is Manhattan. So you see the island there. You click a little bit further down, and then you see there's a little square there where the arrows are pointing at. And actually, you can go and purchase that virtual property in New York. This one costs actually 7.5 million APEX. We have an exchange rate, a fixed exchange rate, $1 equals 1,000 APEX. You can buy that. And New York is expensive, of course, right? So you can go also to Detroit, where you find properties for $2 or $3, right? And so it's just very much real life. It's all about location, location, location. So this is when you buy a property, right? But today you can do so many more things. I mentioned the collections. You can also, play football in the metaverse. You can meet in cafes, immerse and socialize with others. You can customize your homes further. You can race cars, and you can shop for collectibles. And from day one, we always focused on the mass market, right? We always said that we want to go, where the majority of users are, but that means they are on mobile devices, right? And that's the reason we have them on the store, even, because we're blockchain based. We're hiding all that complicated crypto stuff, so it's really just email and password, very easy to sign up. And actually, we allow users to actually put dollars in, but they can also extract monetary value by selling their digital goods to other players. And what's important is we are very regulatory compliant. So like this, so you really don't need a headset from day one, right? So it's all you need to do is a mobile phone and immerse. So we have 65% of our users actually don't NFTs outside of Upland, which is quite encouraging because we are able to onboard really, let's say, not just crypto aficionados, but more average people, every day. So, and all that has helped, to make us today by far the largest metaverse out there. We have over 300,000 landowners so far. We have 4 million registered accounts, right? If we can take the 3 next metaverse, blockchain metaverses together, right, we're still 5 times larger as they are. And we have a very thriving so-called economy. When I said at the beginning, we want to build the largest economy, we have a real economy. It's not just a game economy. It's really like a country, as you want to say it, right? And when we launch a new city, so last city we launched actually was Berlin in June. And, it's, selling out very fast when we're selling cars, selling out. And we are also partner of FIFA. So when you want to get to the goal of Messi, right, you have to go to Upland in order to get it as an NFT. currently having lots of activities around the Women's World Cup, maybe Japan, let's see who's going to win that one. But it's very exciting in Australia and New Zealand. What is also very important is that we have a community because in Web3 you always need people, right, who are using your product, right, who get really engaged around it, who give you ideas to create something new. This was an event here, what I'm showing in Las Vegas, where people from all around the world, even from Japan, coming in and celebrating the community together with us. So, but at the end of the day, what we are planning on becoming is what we call a metaverse super app, right? Today, we are more like this property trading game and so on, but we eventually want to move further out. We really want to build this different layers, the communication layer, introduce commerce into it, mobility. So I'm not going to read through all that, but you get the gist, right? It's very much the super app, what you have like in China, WeChat, or Goyak in Indonesia. So these are, they have a core of an app, but then you have a lot of things around it. That's where we're going. So, but what is very important, and we just don't want to repeat what we have done with Web 2, closed, like closed walled gardens, right? We want to be open. And Upland is a big proponent of really the open, so-called open metaverse. So first of all, we launched what we call the Upland Developer Network. So we allow actually third-party developers to actually develop their own apps on top of Upland. You can connect to it. So speaking technical lingo, so with APIs you can connect to, and then you can actually launch your own application. Our users then can go and take their identity, like the avatar with Ready Player Me, or their digital assets with them to this other world, do something in that other space, and then come back as well, right? So this enables them to really to be in control of their digital goods. They are at the center of everything. And so like this, we have a lot of third-party applications that already, have been developed on top of Upland. See as maybe like iOS or Android, right? Where also you have different apps running on top of it. So we have something here like, I mentioned the football game. We have an arcade game. We have some kind of a chicken kind of game. We have also in context of the World Cup. We're coming from our community. They were developing some kind of football games. It's really, really lots of fun what's coming here. So that's the first thing. The second thing is then, because we said, okay, we don't want to lock our users in. We say we want to actually tear down the walls, and our users can actually import and export the NFTs to other places, to like OpenSea, right? So which is very important, right, to create this credibility that you actually don't, you're not stuck into one world, so you can move really from one world to the other. Then the third thing is what we started is called the Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3, OMA3, what I've mentioned. I'm currently chairman of it. And so the idea is that we actually come together with many, many other metaverse platforms at the moment, say we want to define standards, right? And so we have different work groups, and those work groups actually have, one is called the Asset Transfer Group, one is called the Portaling Work Group, right? As you can see here now, we actually just had recently an announcement that we made very quite good progress in portaling. So the way it works, actually, you're in one metaverse, and then you can look through a portal, and then you see different platform, right? So you can buy, and then you can go through that portal. So it's a little bit further out still in terms of development, but we're getting there, and this is very, very interesting, right? It's very much like the internet, right? People can, today you click on a link, you go to a different page. In the future, you can just go to portal and go to other worlds. Of course, when you come and think about the digital and visual representation, there's still work to do, how you actually represent or how you manifest yourself in other worlds. And speaking of manifestation, also what Upland is doing, where we're behind it, is we're driving an initiative called the Species Foundation. And the idea is that we actually go and replicate life into the metaverse. So if you want to start a gorilla, what if we're going to, a tree, a plant, right, or a dog, right? So that we are going to help, and we actually incorporated a DAO or a foundation in Switzerland, where you can go and define how actually does a dog also look in the metaverse, right? How long does it live? How old does it get? And how does it reproduce? And all these kind of things we want to introduce, and this is the Species Foundation. You can find out more under species.io, under that URL to get a little bit more information about that. That's actually in the making as we speak, and hopefully we can also launch something late this year and then sometime next year. So that is already coming to the end of my speech already, right, in terms of the summary and the timeline. So when we started our upland, we first of all built out the infrastructure, because that's what you need, right? You need to build out the land, right? We open up cities and so on. We have very simple, very simple game loops, but we built the foundation. Then the second phase, when we started out the platform, now we have metapreneurs. So these are entrepreneurs in the metaverse who are making money, not just by speculating, but by selling digital goods to other players or creating digital goods, right? We're working with brands, with the NFL Player Association in the US, FIFA, and UNICEF, right? So we're bringing on those brands in and creating experiences here. I mentioned the developers, and of course, lots of other things like designers, you can communicate, you can have social networking and so on. But eventually now, and this is now 23, we're becoming the super app, right? Very much, where you have we're integrating with different apps, where we're establishing the open standards, we're connecting meta spaces to each other, because we're seeing that also all the other talks, everyone's creating a space, but they're all disconnected. We really want to connect them together. At the end of the day, also want to go digital, right? We're mixing the physical and the digital world, right? And that's, of course, when we say Upland is somehow the home, and the hub to go into other worlds, right? That's where we see it, and we want to drive forward the interoperability phase. So, and the nice thing is, just to end up, is as I said, we are going to launch also now in Japan in the next few weeks. We already have a website up and running. You can see that here. So the URL is upland.me/ and we're doing that together with Oniforce, which is a big PFP project. So, and you see that, so the URL is on-force-jp. So that's where you have a Japanese landing page and where you can actually go and sign up for it and can eventually get to some interesting products going forward. So thank you again for having me, IEEE here, and I'm looking forward to see you all in the metaverse.
Thank you, Dirk. So the next speaker is, it's on RFID. I think, are you connecting your laptop? Oh, okay. Oh, HDMI is here.
はい、私は青山と言います。今日はですね、真実の情報の真実性こそが極めて重要な価値となる時代が来るというタイトルで、お話しさせていただきます。ここに、書いてる内容はですね、RFID を基軸としてメタバースとか AI との連携がどうあるべきかというようなことを謳っております。RFID なんですが、 RFID は無線による自動認識でありまして、幅広い用途で活躍します。一般には RFID ラベル、RFID タグというような形で IC チップとアンテナによって構成されていまして、リーダーというものから電波を受けて、無線でですね、コードを読み書きできます。で、日本においてはよく知られているのはユニクロさんにおける無人のレジですね。 それとかあと高速棚卸しでこういったものに使われています。で実際にはですね、世界的にアパレル業界においては非常に高い省人化省力化の効果を発揮しています。で、RYD と言ってますけども、実際に正式にはですね、パッシブ型 UHF-RYD と呼びまして、形態としては先ほど説明しました紙タグとか紙ラベルの以外にですね、樹脂で加工されたもの等があります。で、すべてですね、中身は同じでして、IC とアンテナによって構成されていまして、パッシブ型 UHF-RYD というのは、電池等がなくですね、使い捨てが可能なものとなっています。で、自動認識としての多くの利点なんですけれども、もう無線で行うために、後ろ向きでも隠れていても読めます。QR コードとかバーコードは正対して読まないと読めないんですけれども、隠れていても読めると。それから離れていても読めます。かなり数メーターの距離離れたところでも読むことができますし、読み取り速度が非常に速いということで、最近のその物流の高速仕分けにおいてもですね、非常に速い対応ができるということですから、あと一度に多くを読むことができます。200個とかが一度に読むことができます。また30桁の個別番号をですね、後から書き込めるという特徴があり、何よりもですね、外からコードが見えないので偽造が不可ですと。ということで、この RFID が今後メタバースとか AI との連携で非常に有効だと私は考えておりまして、DX 化の促進においてラストワンマイルをつなぐ役割を果たすと謳っています。これはですね、2017年に制作されたメタコマースのイメージビデオで、実際にはメタバースの見方からすると面白みがないとかですね、いろいろ批判はあるようですけれども、早い段階でメタバースを使ったメタコマースということでウォルマートでの販売をイメージしたビデオです。
Great! Looks like you need a good wine pairing. Take a look to your right. Your age has already been pre-verified through your profile, so no need to wait for an ID check. Just place the item in your cart.
翌日リアルに本物が届くというようなことなんですけれども、これを実際これのメタバースとして、優れているかどうかという視点よりもですね、こういったことを実際に実現しようとするとですね、ここに映ってる商品が買ったはいいけども在庫切れということになっては話にならないですから、実際の物流が1対1ですね、迅速に対応している必要があるということですね。在庫切れになればすぐにここの表示から消える必要があるということで、こういったことを実現しようとするとですね、やはり古品に RFID がついて、このような高速な物流においてもですね、物流仕分けにおいても対応できるという必要があるというふうに考えられますということです。で、メタバースと AI は非常に目覚ましい進化を今遂げております。で、それらはですね、基本的に情報の上に乗っかっているというか、メタバースも AI もともに情報を有効活用する手段としての見方もできると思います。で、これがうまく機能するとですね、楽しみを増やす、利便性を高める、生産性を高める、人手不足を解消するようなことが実現できて、その結果として楽しい社会、便利な社会、安心な社会というものが実現できるということだと思います。ところがですね、この情報がですね、嘘の情報とか誤った情報に基づくとですね、AI とかですね、メタバースで導き出されるものはですね、 不便になる、生産性が下がる、余分な仕事が増えて人手不足問題は悪化するというようなことが起こりまして、結果として楽しくない社会や不便な社会、不安な社会というところにつながってしまう恐れがありますと。従いましてですね、この情報の部分ですね、この情報テロが起きないような仕組みというのが必要で、嘘の情報、誤った情報から真実の情報を守る手段が求められると考えられます。で、実際のこういった現場ですね、物流の現場であったり、製造の現場であったり、小売りの現場であるというところから、情報が上げられて、ビッグデータとなってですね、それをもとに AI が答えを導き出して、DX 化、自動化としてですね、機能すれば少人数で生産性を高めることができますし、またそのデータを解析してですね、AI が導き出した答えでマーケティングが機能してですね、商売繁盛ということになるわけですけれども、もしもこの情報がですね、嘘の情報や誤った情報ということになると、AI は正しい答えを導き出すことができなくなりまして、合理化ですね、自動化もマーケティングも機能しないということになるということです。結果としてですね、AI が最大活用される世の中に変わった後に、嘘の情報や誤った情報が蔓延すると、社会はとんでもないカオス状態となりかねません。そこでですね、現場からの詳細で正確な情報は、やはり RFID というようなツールによってですね、真実が自動認識としてもたらされるという主張があって、それが機能するとですね、AI も適切な答えを出して自動化も DX 化もうまくいきますし、マーケティングもうまくいくということになりますと。で、ビッグデータの元になる現場からの正しい情報を迅速に提供する、それが RFID だというふうに考えています。またですね、この RFID はバーコードの代替というようなことではなくてですね、先ほど申し上げました信頼性の高い、情報が提供できるので、偽造がとてもしにくいものでもありますので、 RFID がその情報のつなぎ役となってですね、カメラ映像からもたらせる情報とか、センサーからの情報、また人からの情報も連携させて、情報連携として活用するということで、情報の精度と活用の幅が飛躍的に増大します。例えば私どもが今用意しているこんなゲートシステムというようなものですけれども、こういった製品とか部材に RFID をつけておいてですね、でこうで、積んでしまうと隠れてしまうわけですね。で、外にこの RFID をつけておいて、で、このように積み上げた形で、この社員証にも RFID がついている状態で、普通にこのゲートをくぐるとですね、自動的に読んで、記録がされてですね、正常に許可された人が入室して、こういったものが一緒に入りましたよみたいな使い方になるんですね。で、大きなポイントはいちいちピッピと何かする必要がないとですね。今度この例はですね、不良品とかで出荷しちゃいけないものを登録しておくと。で、その出荷しちゃいけないものを間違ってですね、このように出荷してしまうと自動的に認識して、移動不可品が、検出されましたということで、これは全て映像と連携しておりましてですね、こんな異常があるとクリックするとすぐにその状況が分かる、犯人が分かるということになります。このような RFID は要は自動でどんどん認識して記録していくことができますんで、これを、いろいろ活用していくと、結果としてですね、人手不足への対応ができるし、情報の信頼性が得られるということにつながっていきます。少人数で生産性を高めたり、信頼できる情報のつなぎ役としての活用が広がっていくというふうに考えられます。 まして、我々、ベンチャー企業バルアがですね RFID の製造を日本で行うことで展開していこうと今進めておりますが、取り組みとしてはですね、今すでに世界で広がったアパレル靴向け等の RFID がこれから本格的に製造業とかですね一般流通向けに広がっていく際に最適なものを開発して提供していくということで、国内での信頼性の高い RFID を製造していこうという取り組みと、さらにはRFID を単なるバーコードの代替ではなくですね、情報のつなぎ役としてカメラ映像やセンサー、人と連携させて、より多角的にですね情報のつなぎ役としての活用できるソリューションを広げていこうと、こういったことに特化したベンチャー企業であります。で、この延長上にはですね、メタバースやデジタル通貨 AI と連携させて、よりそれらの活用の幅と信頼性をアップさせるということで、我々は総じてタグラインとしてはですね、Get Things Reliable と謳っておりまして、このようなコンセプトで取り組みを行っています。まだ今後メタバースがいろんな進化をしていくと思いますけれども、我々はそういったところで一緒にメタバースの技術と一緒になって社会の役に立つようなことを目指しております。どうもありがとうございました。はい、Thank you。
Hello, I'll be speaking about decentralized metaverse. I'm the chair of IEEE Blockchain Technical Community. I'm also a member of the Board of Governors at IEEE Standards Association. So just to give a very brief intro on the IEEE Blockchain Technical Community, please check out this website, blockchain.ieee.org. This is the summary of some of the activities we've done in the last 5 years. We have about 60 blockchain groups all over the world, and as you can see on the right side, we are organizing multiple events, and you can see Americas, Europe, Africa, India, China. In fact, we are planning something in Japan as well. So please just go to our website and join the social media so you can see what's coming up from our community. Now today I want to talk about decentralized metaverses. In fact, you heard Dirk talk about Upland, which is a decentralized metaverse example. Now, for some of you who may not be familiar with this terminology, so there are two types of communities working on creating metaverses. One on the right side is called I think we'll start here. So the big companies like Meta and NVIDIA, they're creating metaverses where you need headset to experience the metaverse. So that's one type of metaverse. And then there are companies creating metaverses based on blockchain, where blockchain technology, where we have NFTs and there are some tokens. So today I'm going to talk about these kind of metaverses that are based on blockchain technology. So you can see on the left side, you see, it basically involves a virtual economy created by digital assets, or these are on blockchain. Now, 2020, 21, there was a lot of speculative NFTs. You can see the price of NFT went up to almost 400,000 per NFT, and then it crashed later on. So nowadays, you can see the values are, almost a factor of 10 less than what it was from the peak. So that phase is gone now. Nowadays, big brands are getting into NFTs. You can see some of the names like Coca-Cola and Burger King and so on. They're issuing NFTs, and so that's the trend. In fact, even metaverses like Sandbox, is issuing NFT collections for chicken nuggets. You can see McNuggets. McDonald's is issuing some NFTs, and also Snoop Dogg and Paris Hilton. They all have their collections in Sandbox. And Decentraland is another metaverse based on blockchain technology, where just to give you an example, like there are live events happening in Decentraland, and even some concerts, music concerts and so on. And sometimes there are, live streaming the event in the metaverse, so that you can see the blockchain conference that's happening in Toronto is going to be, streamed on into the metaverse. So these are some of the examples of what's happening in these decentralized metaverses. Now let's talk about interoperability of decentralized metaverses. So this figure shows how metaverse is built on top of public blockchain infrastructures, like you can see Ethereum and so on. And metaverse is basically an application built on, like in this case, blockchain, public blockchain. So let's look at scenario one. Scenario one is where there are two users in metaverse, same metaverse, two different users, and you would like to, basically send asset A, user A would like to send their asset to user B, and that's actually called interoperability, meaning it's within the same metaverse. So it's different users, same metaverse, but the assets are on the same blockchain. That's one scenario. Now let's look at scenario two, where you have two different metaverses, but it's the same user. Let's say, I'm the user, and I have some assets on Metaverse 1, and I also have some assets on Metaverse 2, you can call it M2. So if I want to actually transfer my assets from 1 to 2, I'm trying to basically consolidate all my assets in one place. So that would be the scenario where we talk about, but in this case, they both are on the same blockchain. It could be, for example, Sandbox is on Ethereum, and Decentraland is also on Ethereum, so they both use the same blockchain. However, they're two different metaverses. So that's the scenario we talk about here. So this is one scenario of metaverse interoperability. Now let's look at a third scenario where the metaverses are using different blockchains. For example, Sandbox is on Ethereum, and Upland, Dirk gave a talk about Upland. Their NFTs are on EOS blockchain. So these are like two different blockchains. So we have different metaverses on different blockchains. So these are different scenarios. So So these kind of interoperability scenarios could be, accomplished by, basically we call it asset transfer. You're transferring assets from one metaverse to another metaverse. And a lot of these things involve claims, like it could be a claim on identity or a claim on ownership of assets, or even for transferring assets, there are things you have to validate, confirm. So in this scenario, oracles could be used to validate a lot of the claims in this, asset transfer process. Now, we do have an industry connections program, IC 22-015-01, looking at decentralized metaverse initiative. So if you're interested, please, just Google this number. You'll find the contact information, and you can see how you can get involved with this. So I want to spend a few minutes on the challenges. Number one challenge is the user adoption. I looked up the numbers today morning. You can see Decentraland had only like 455 users the last 24 hours. And Sandbox, similarly, like 373 users the last 24 hours. Compared to Roblox, you can see 30 million daily users. So we still have, adoption challenges in terms of these metaverses. Basically, not many users are using these decentralized metaverses. In fact, it's the same story even with a lot of applications. This shows different applications on like different blockchains, such as Binance Chain and Ethereum and so on. So even if you look at the topmost, the font is small. Even if you look at the top number one application running on blockchain, like I'm talking about top application running on blockchain is still less than a million users. So overall, there are challenges in terms of user adoption overall, the blockchain as well as the applications built on blockchain. Now, there's also challenges such as centralization risk, meaning, let's talk about that. Like, for example, Bitcoin is being mined by these mining pools, and you can see like 3 mining pools combined could exceed 51% of the computation power, which is a centralization risk scenario here. And in fact, if these 3 mining pools collude, they could actually add the next block. And similarly, we have a situation with Ethereum where we have a lot of these mining staking pools are run on centralized cloud services. So we have 2 levels of centralization risk here. Number one is you have a few staking pools have a majority and a majority control of the total Ethereum circulation. And also you can see a lot of those pools are running on cloud services, which could be shut down. As a matter of fact, one cloud service company one day decided to just shut down all the staking operations and node operations of Ethereum, and basically just happened in overnight. Now, we'll skip this, but this Nakamoto coefficient shows some of there's a way of defining a measure of decentralization, so you can take a look at this if you're interested. Now, the other risk is the regulatory risk. In fact, if you look at this figure as of today, some countries have banned cryptocurrency. Some countries are still trying to figure out what to do with it, and of course the green ones are countries where cryptocurrencies are okay, but even, for example, in the US, even though it says green, there's no clear regulation for cryptocurrency. So there's also regulation risk. So we talked about the user adoption challenges. We talked about the centralization risk. Also, there's the regulation risk. So I think I'll stop here. That's my contact information and LinkedIn, and please do check out blockchain.ieee.org. Thank you. Well, I'm back here again. Our next speaker is Bing Zhou. The topic is Decentralized AI Computing Exchange. I think he's on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, guys? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you see my screen sharing?
No.
No? Okay. Let me share again, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, now.
，How about now? Can you see my
it's okay.
screen? It's
Yeah.
okay, okay. Okay, okay, let me start. I'm Bing Zhou. I'm the CTO of the DCE platform. The DCE stands for the Decentralized AI Computing Exchange, so including the AI computing power trading, AI token, and the AI public chain. As we know that the AI revolution is coming in the field of artificial intelligence, there's no doubt that OpenAI is a great contributor. But we should be aware that only one OpenAI is not enough, since if there's only one company dominant in the AI field, it might cause a monopoly. We know the monopoly might stimulate people to do bad things, not human beings, but even the AI and other robots. For example, if the robots or AI are smart enough, and in the future they have the more autonomous powers, they could do bad things. For example, they could even to attack the nuclear power factory, or they can even launch the nuclear bomb. So in the artificial intelligence field, there's many demandings. For example, from machine learning, natural language processing, to the computer visualization and robot control, etc. So there's many fields need need a startup or companies to get in. So if there's more competitors or organizations or companies to join the competition, so eventually it would build a healthy AI ecosystem. So it will probably it could promote accountability to drive the innovation. That's why we're willing to see there are more and more challengers in the AI field. And compared with the GPT-3, the training data and the parameter size nearly increased about 100 times in GPT-4. According to the research data, it shows that the computation performance of chipset increased by 30 times from 2012 to 2018. But from the AlexNet and AlphaGo Zero, the computing power demand by algorithm has increased by 300,000 times. So by the year 2025, it is expected the computing power scale would reach to 3,300 EFLOPS. But there are many pinpoints in the AI artificial intelligence field. From an AI project point of view, for the company or startups, for them it's quite easy to buy or to get the cheaper or the reasonable fair price computing power. And also they need to spend money. They need to spend money for purchasing the training data and also for human participation for the tackling. And so it's very difficult for them to get the fund, except if the company are the top tier AI companies. And also for investors, it's risky because the AI technology changes very fast. So maybe after half month, there's some new technology or new LLM model that change. So before those startup goes to the Nasdaq, they might be dead. So the investor has a big risk to lose money. From a computing power point of view, there are also pinpoint. For example, in some country, it's very difficult to get 800 or 800 chipset, especially in China. It's banned in China. But from some other country or regions, the chipset is maybe scattered around some corners. They're not very well utilized, so it's wasting the resources. And also investment for the AI computing power is need a longer cycle to exit or cash out. So based on this background or the pinpoint, we are going to create a decentralized AI ecosystem based on the computing power exchange and also a dedicated decentralized blockchain. So for our computing power exchange, we are sort of like a one-stop services for the incubation. So you can treat us as an incubator for the AI startup company. So they could issue their AI tokens. We call it initial AI token offering. So they can issue the tokens. They can get funding not only from the traditional fund, but also they can get fund from the crypto fund also. And our platform is not only can trade the AI tokens, but also we also trade the mainstream token like the Bitcoin and Ethereum tokens. And for our dedicated decentralized blockchain, we provide the smart contract services. So the AI project, they could issue a token on our blockchain, and also they could store their training data in our blockchain. So they can increase data, and in the future, they could sell their training data, their training data to get some more money or more funding to continue to for their AI training. And also, we can also help project to how to say to build their own ecosystem on the blockchain, because we support the peer chain. It means for master chain, they can issue tokens. If they have their ecosystem, they want to issue some other ecological token based on their ecosystem, they can have their own blockchain. Just one single click is quite easy. So the master chain will guarantee the blockchain's security. They don't need to worry if they have blockchain developers or not. And our final goal is to reach the common wealthy worldwide by promoting the UBI. The UBI stands for Universal Basic Income. The concept can be traced back by the 16th centuries. There's one book called Utopia. It was written by the social philosopher called Thomas More, and he proposed a good idea. Everybody should get unconditional basic income, no matter you are wealthy or poor, or if you are healthy, and your gender is man or woman. Everybody can get equal income. That's a good idea, since after 10, maybe 20 years, the AI, they can do nearly everything. So most of people who lost their jobs are quite possible, and because the AI can do much better than us. So in that time, people, if they want to survive, they need income. So the UBI is a good idea to keep the society more stable, to guarantee everybody can get the UBI, the universal basic income. And also the WorldCoin is the sort of UBI is issued by the OpenAI, just as we mentioned earlier. If we just only one single currency in the world, it can call the monopoly. For example, if in the whole world we only have the US dollar, especially during the pandemic and the period, the Federal Reserve, they printing the money, but other countries, they have to pay the bills. So our idea is in our platform, all of the AI projects, when they issue a token, there's a 20% dividends will be distributed to the platform registered users and also our eco partners. Our partner including some NGO organization and also some developing countries like Salvador, Vanuatu, etc. Previously, we also has one global digital platform for charity. It's called BitHelp. So our mission is to help the human beings in the disasters. From picture, you can see there's 2020 Tokyo. We also raised some fund and successfully it's distributed to the taxi drivers during the pandemic in Tokyo. And the BitHelp will be continually to promote the UBI. We have two headquarters. One is based in Hong Kong, another based in UAE, Dubai. So the two headquarters will really the AI project incubation in the whole worldwide. And both project from project side and also investor and users, all of them can get the benefit from our platform. For example, the project, they can raise their fund from this platform. I talked with the ex-OpenAI guys, and they quit from OpenAI. They want to have their own startup company to do the AI training, but they also face the fundraising. They said maybe the top tier companies, they don't need money, they have enough money, but even for them, they are AI star employees. But for them, they cannot raise $100 million. It's also very difficult for them. And also for investors, because we provide a very strict project screening mechanism. It means only the qualified high quality AI project could be listed on our project, could be listed on our platform. So in that case, the investor, they have the less risky to invest. And they have the more opportunities and easy ways to find the potential unicorn project. And also for the end users, they don't have to spend money because we have the UBI, so they could get a benefit from our company, from our platform. And if they want to spend their money to do the small investment, they can also do that, do it too, because we have the screening mechanism. And it's not too risky for them. And also our AI token has kind of a deflation model. Since the user volume is continuing to increase, and also the AI token decrease, the AI token quantity decrease, finally the AI token will continually goes up. Here comes to our token economic model. From the left-hand side, we can see the company, they just can raise the fund from our platform, and the investors, they got the AI tokens, and the startup, they can buy the computing power from a platform with some kind of fair price, and they purchase the data, they do the AI modeling, and they can also store the data on our blockchain. And after several iterations, maybe months or year, their product comes to the market. And they also provide the paid services, and the users or some kind of eco partners, they could use their AI services to pay money. And 80% of the income will be destroyed to the black hole addresses. There's only 20% will be divided to airdrop to our registered users as the UBI income. We're also leading the development for the international computing NFT standard. There's a IEEE SAP 3220 standard. It's called NFT-based digital asset application guide. It's led by us, and this is the IEEE's first international standard focusing on the NFT digital assets. We are building together with the AI startups or companies together to build the AI computing power NFT standard. Here is our core management team, and Ye Jing, he's our CTO, CEO. He's expertise in the computing power and also hash power mining. And I'm Bing Zhou. I'm experienced in the crypto exchange and also DeFi and also Web3. And Tony and Thomas, they based in Hong Kong. We have been working for more than 4 years. So all of us has, in average, more than 6 years experience in the blockchain domain. And Danny Dengdi is our seed founder, and also he's a project initiator. Danny has more than 10 years experience in blockchain in every vertical sectors, including crypto exchange, DeFi, Web3, and also he has a top tier metaverse team in China. And also we are continuing approaching more AI expertise to join our team. And a few weeks ago, we were invited to share our DCE platform with the TII. The TII stands for the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. We also meet the smart Dr. Edison. In the middle, we talked about both parties will agree to invest more resources to carry out the research on the AI Web3 project based on their big language model LLM called Falcon 2.0. And we will help to promote the Falcon in the global application ecology development, especially in China's market. And also, we also meet the Minister of State of AI in Dubai, and also the Dubai Future Labs. We introduced our DC platform. They are very, very interested. In future, the minister will arrange the relevant officials to match some resources with us together to bring the DC platform in Dubai, and also we propose to together to build a national AI computing power index in Dubai. We also meet the WAI team. WAI stands for the non-profit organization. It's founded in 2016 in Paris, France. They have more than 11,000 members in 150 countries. Their mission to close the gender gap for data and AI field. So we and AI, we have agreed to work together to empower the women and also the minority in the world to become the AI and data experts. And the lady in the picture in the middle, Debbie, she planned to visit us next month, August or early September. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Rebecca Barkin, CEO of Lamina One. Her talk is on AI as Catalyst, accelerating the open metaverse with ethics in mind.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Barkin, and I am co-founder and CEO of Lamina One. Thank you so much for inviting us to participate in the second annual International Metaverse Conference in Kyoto. While we wish that we could be there in person, we are honored to have the opportunity to talk with you virtually about the vision of Lamina One. The emerging technologies of today present as many important questions as they do opportunities. And we are impressed and inspired by Japan's commitment to help advance an open and interoperable metaverse. Rich, interconnected worlds that leverage blockchain, artificial intelligence, advanced compute, and connectivity, as well as implementing standards. We join you in this mission, and I hope that what you hear today, our shared vision, sparks ideas for global partnership and how we may work together to build a future we believe in, one that protects consumers and creators alike, offers thrilling experiences, as well as privacy and prosperity. Thank you. Lamina One is a blockchain and a suite of integrations built to enable and accelerate the open metaverse, a decentralized, interconnected world of virtual experiences. Those experiences will be increasingly immersive, 3D, and social, gamified economies where individuals can enjoy both privacy and prosperity as they move through it. I was brought on to lead the company by this man, Neil Stephenson, renowned author, futurist, and former colleague of mine at Magic Leap, who originally conceptualized and illustrated the metaverse so vividly back in 1992 in his seminal novel, Snow Crash. At the time, I was leading content and partnerships at a new billion-dollar immersive venue called the MSG Sphere when my phone rang, and it was Neil, and he said, I could either keep talking about the world I believe in, or I can build it. So he teamed up with crypto pioneer Peter Vicenis and asked, what do we want out of our digital experience going forward, given how much time, energy, and money we put into it now? What if the next iteration of the internet was open source and actually fair to artists, creators, and consumers that make it such a vibrant place? It's an important question in a world where today's mega platforms take half, sometimes more, of creator revenues, as well as owning the valuable benefit of our identities and the tremendous amount of increasingly personal data that those identities produce. Since first announcing Lamina One, we've been asked 1 million times by creators, by maxis, by VCs, why another blockchain company? And isn't the metaverse dead? The answer is this: absolutely not. For as long as you continue to invest your time and money in digital experiences, the metaverse is as real as ever. But we do have a small window of opportunity to lay the foundation for a future that is both fun and fair to creators and consumers. Blockchain and AI, especially together, can fix things. But right now, the very best creators in the world across games, music, film are at best unsure of it. When we don't understand something, it can seem threatening. That complexity, the cost, the ethical ambiguity of it. And when we're part of the inner circle, we probably don't question it enough. So hopefully that's what we're here to talk about today. And this gives you some ideas about that convergence of blockchain and AI that can be so valuable in creating the next generation of content. Our ultimate vision at Lamina One is an open, immersive world where individuals enjoy both privacy and prosperity as they move through it. It's time to build. Our solution is a batteries included approach. It's a blockchain API and creator tooling that is optimized for ease of use, for performance, for privacy, and for interoperability as it comes along in the next few years. We provide metaverse middleware that can interact with all EVM chains, an automated setup of a strong subnet architecture for scalability, interoperability, and economy, smooth, top-of-the-line curated integrations that aid creators, AI, identity, low-code and no-code development tools, and smooth integrations with game engines as well. That better user experience is critical, and consumer-grade product design is necessary to inspire mass adoption. Royalty enforcement solutions will eventually take center stage, and fast, scalable micropayment disbursement will also be critical. So we're focused on building solutions for those creators that we value so much. And it's working. We're currently backed by some of the world's leading angel investors, and we benefit in one of the toughest markets ever from their expertise. Despite one of the most challenging fundraising environments on record, we've emphasized focus and operational excellence. And we're pleased that we've been able to thrive as a lean team and remain aggressive in product development and grow our community organically. And some announcements on that coming soon. But our community has topped 45,000, and we've secured over 20 partners that we've paid nothing for across games, content, tooling, and AI to launch with us at Mainnet. Our weekly Ask Me Anything town halls draw hundreds of curious attendees, reinforcing that the community is curious about the development process, how to make it better and improve it, and actively engaged in building projects that hold long-term value. Web3 doesn't have to be stifled by this complexity and cost and the stigma that it's carried with it for the last few years. But in order for us to have a much better content ecosystem and really that creative explosion that we saw with Web 2, we need a signal from some of the creators and the brands that we really trust, and we need maturity in the technical stack, which is currently still very fragmented. These are different communities, and we're trying to bridge them. For example, the play-to-earn community that was so characteristic of Web3, at least early Web3, prioritizes earning and trading over long-term community strength and value. Whereas if you look at the Web 2 gamer who really values narrative and character interaction and mechanics, they care much more about mental stimulation and joy and stress relief. So we're really trying to marry these two things, and it's a challenging new space to do it in. But we know that the creators, the more and more creators that come online to build these digital environments that are really rewarding and compelling, we need to give them the right tools to be paid in the right way and recognized in the right way, and some alternative methods of financing, distribution, and discoverability. We know the market size is huge, and I won't spend a lot of time here, but I will say that I think it was a huge advantage for the industry that Apple and Disney stepped out together to double down on immersive technology and content. It's not just about blockchain, it's not just about AR or VR or the hardware or the software. And AI will be very much part of that toolkit. It's about the big picture. How do all of these technologies come together really seamlessly to give consumers something that they want? And how do you create that transition in a way where you take all of the intimidation out of the technology and really bring people along with you using the familiar and things that they already understand and value? We know this market is going to be huge. It's up to us to build it with the integrity and accelerate it in the way that we need to with strong design. So let's talk about AI opportunities. This is a really exciting time, but it's obviously pretty fraught with a lot of different concerns as well. In order to realize the value that we just talked about on the previous slide of the metaverse, we really are going to have to lean into AI on several levels. One of the biggest ones that we talk about most often with our community is AI-generated content. How will it aid the development of content? Creators will undoubtedly use AI tools to accelerate and reduce the cost of their development process. They'll use it to generate realistic and dynamic content for virtual worlds, including landscapes that are embedded with really deep, strong GPS data, objects, non-player characters, and the sort of robust, rewarding dialogues that they come with. Experiences will be dynamic and personalized. Those recommendations need to be tailored. You'll have really interesting individual interactions with those NPC characters that are over time kind of changing for you. Interoperable worlds, so we'll facilitate cross-platform interoperability. We'll track movement and transaction classifications across virtual boundaries. This is something that you actually cannot do easily today. It's quite difficult to understand how to trigger a royalty payment or how to make it enforceable when you can't actually recognize whether that NFT is actually changing hands or is just moving in between interoperable worlds. So this is something that we're going to need to leverage AI for. And again, those sort of interactions between characters and AI-assisted conversation and guidance through a scene or a narrative. I'll also say that and this was something really germane to AR more than other things, but the seamless integration of digital and physical experience requires spatial intelligence, true spatial intelligence and semantic understanding. In the not so distant future, we'll be able to read the environment, apply classification to objects and destinations, leverage a decentralized identity like a digital passport to tap into those experiences without user friction, and verify those experiences on the blockchain. These two technologies need each other. Ethical inference, on the other hand, also refers to our ability to understand the data and the references that are used to generate that AI guidance. So we've really got to understand the weighting of those references in order to truly understand how we should address royalty payments. But we want to record that information, and we want to be able to pay those royalties appropriately at scale. And of course, data is going to play a huge role, and it's changing, and especially when there's an emphasis on returning privacy to individuals, and how do brands interplay there. So I do think that data is going to be a huge point here, and there are several companies that are trying to figure it out, but this virtual economy optimization aspect will figure pretty heavily, balancing the supply and demand of virtual goods, forecasting digital market trends, and being able to deliver the data to brands and gamified experiences that allow for a truly personalized, customized experience that also respects those boundaries when it comes to privacy. I am a big believer in brand. So I think it's really critical to lead with values, especially when you're dealing with emerging technology. Those values provide the foundation and the filter that allows us to be agile and nimble as the technology landscape rapidly evolves and difficult questions are brought to bear, and they will be. Trust with consumers comes from consistent execution against your values. So this is an important thing to figure out even at the earliest stage of a company. It's something we're very focused on. In addition to having one of the most celebrated IP holders in the world at our helm, who's actually working to build his own original content on our infrastructure, our team has also designed award-winning immersive products, interactive and spatial operating systems, and critically acclaimed content. We bring those high standards of execution, and that is what is necessary. It is not enough to build the technology. People don't love technology. They love the connected experiences it can offer. So we'll focus on high fidelity gaming, those that really, less of the PFP side, and those that are really interested in building those strong narrative experiences and long-term communities and really holding value. Brands that are interested in that intersection between physical and digital, commerce and storytelling. Music and film creators that are looking for alternative methods of distribution and financing, as well as discoverability. And fashion, we think the verification market is going to be huge eventually, and we think there's a lot of greenfield there as well. Our early access partners reflect that commitment and that sort of segmentation. But they also recognize that we need really great feedback from a variety of partners early on to make sure that the full stack of the technology, not just one feature, but the full stack is easy to use. We can't expect people to find their own AI tools, their own blockchain tools, their own wallets, their own, and sort of stitch it all together perfectly. No one has the time or the interest in doing that. So we've worked really hard to have a great array of partners that are going to allow us to mature the stack appropriately and then give people a real turnkey solution. We launched testnet in January. We had a great success with it. We had many wallets created, and we had over 500 creator submissions for our NFTs. It's been a really active community. We're now prepping to move to BetaNet. Beta will be a reliable performance chain. It will show the subnet architecture and dedicated EVM environments. We'll have a subnet integration for identity, wallet, and game engine integration. And then we'll evolve towards mainnet by rolling in some of those features like carbon token staking that are really important. We'll develop our native SDKs, and we're really going to dive into that royalty enforcement and micropayments. We know that it's really important to our community. And about that community, so 45,000 strong. We're really proud of it. Hopefully you guys have a chance to check it out. And again, you know, we cut a lot for NFTs. It's been a really active community. We're now prepping to move to BetaNet. Beta will be a reliable performance chain. It will show the subnet architecture and dedicated EVM environments. We'll have a subnet integration for identity, wallet, and game engine integration. And then we'll evolve towards mainnet by rolling in some of those features like carbon token staking that are really important. We'll develop our native SDKs, and we're really going to dive into that royalty enforcement and micropayments. We know that it's really important to our community. And about that community, so 45,000 strong. We're really proud of it. Hopefully you guys have a chance to check it out. And again, you know, we cut a lot of big checks in 2021. And I think one of the things that we're finding is you can pay those people to develop on your technology, but that doesn't mean that they'll stick around. Communities are built on something far stronger and something more fundamental and human. So we look forward to bringing that to life. In short, I'll conclude by saying, you know, our vision is big, and a lot of people have told us that, and we're going to roadmap our way towards it. It's bigger than any buzzword or singular feature, any hype cycle or crypto winter. And we aim, like many of you AI innovators that are there in the audience today, to aim to break something that really wasn't serving us and to replace it with something better and smarter and humane in a moment where it matters most. Something that is going to push humanity along rather than handicap it. We aim to bring that brand experience and community that holds value far beyond some of the short-lived experiments that you've seen in market today. And together we'll expand adoption beyond that crowd and move people to see a new way forward, one of prosperity and privacy and personal agency. Kind of like the robust, fluid, and wildly imaginative open metaverse that our visionary founder, Neil Stephenson, imagined so many years ago.
One, two.
1, 2. Are people online too? 3 speakers? joining on Zoom. Should we get going? Huh? About your project. Online? Oh, okay. That's we can just we'll start and then see. Yeah. Anyway, this is going to be a short one, anyways. So, well, I'm Ramesh Ramadas. I serve as the chair of the IEEE blockchain technical community. If you want to know more, you can check out blockchain.ieee.org. Dirk, could you please do an intro about yourself? I know you spoke earlier.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thank you for having me, IEEE, here at the conference. My name is Dirk Lüth. I'm co-founder and co-CEO of a company called Upland. We have a llama as a mascot. Maybe you have seen it. And we are metaverse mapped to the real world. And we're currently live 23 cities in the US, 3 in South America, 3 in Europe. We're going to come to Tokyo very soon for the first Asian city. We will be opening, and Whisper is quite, quite a lot, with over 300,000 landowners, almost, we have blockchain based, so we sold almost 6 million NFTs. We have partners like NFL Play Association in the US and FIFA, so if you want to get to the goals, you have to go to Upland for Messi, if you're a fan of it, and you can go there. I also co-founded and am currently chairman of OMA3, which stands for Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3. And we have, lots of companies who signed up for it. Of course, they're all blockchain based. And what we're doing there is basically trying to, set the standards for interoperability between the different metaverse platforms. And third, last but not least, I'm also, or not Upland actually had the original idea, initiated that with Species, which is actually the standard for life in the metaverse, dog, cat, plant, and Species.io, it's an independent foundation which is based in Switzerland.
So, Dirk, I know you presented about Upland, so I want to ask a question about the user adoption, in terms of, I know you guys are working on some special wallet technology to make it easier for user to, user onboarding. So maybe you could tell us about that, and how is it different than other metaverses, for example, like Decentraland and Sandbox,
Yeah.
Go ahead,
so when we started, right, we said back in 2018, I said crypto and blockchain is too complicated for average users. They just don't want to deal with it, right? And that's the reason we said, okay, we have to do it in the way people are used to doing it anyways, every day. And this is basically using email and password to sign in, to create an account. And that's what you do in Upland as well. So that's the first thing, right? So we're obfuscating all the complicated blockchain stuff, pass keys, private keys, passphrases, wallets, so people don't need to deal with that, right? However, we as Upland, we still do not have access to the private keys, right? Because we build a smart client. It's a bit technical talk here, but we ensure, right, that there's really true ownership for our users. So that's the first thing. Second thing is in terms of payments. So as I said, when you don't need to connect your wallet, you can actually use existing payment methods like PayPal, credit card, or iOS and Android, in-app purchases. And of course, when you want to extract monetary value, you can sell also your digital goods or digital collectibles for US dollars to other players, and then collecting that money also in US dollars.
What happens when somebody forgets their password? Can they do a reset?
They can reset it, yeah, just regular resetting it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And why did you guys choose EOS blockchain? Because, it was kind of very popular about 4 years ago, or maybe three to 4 years ago, but nowadays, there's not a whole lot happening, at least that's my sense. So why did you guys choose EOS blockchain?
Actually, to be honest, people are not doing justice, right, for EOS at the moment, right? Because EOS is a very robust, scalable blockchain. So when we are launching a new city, we have so high demand, we're minting 80 NFTs per second, right? And I think we're probably pretty much cutting edge in everything that comes to NFTs and creating things. So I don't think you can do that. Also, EOS has a lot of other advantages, like we're subsidizing just the accounts, but you don't have gas fees, for instance, which you have on other blockchains. And so there's several advantages. I think the EOS is actually having it has this comeback right now. So there's the EOS Network Foundation who's driving things forward. I see EOS has never had any technical problems, right? And so it was always running since roughly 4 years now and never stopped. So I think there's a good chance, that EOS will come back and with a second.
Sounds like you're not going to move out of EOS anytime soon.
No, that's not it. And at the end of the day, right, I mean, blockchain is important, right? But again, end users, consumers, they probably don't care so much, right?
So the NFTs are on EOS blockchain. What about your Apex token? Is that what you call that?
Yeah, we have an in-app token because regulatory compliant with US. It's internal, right? With a fixed exchange rate. So you purchase Apex, which is $1 equals 1,000 Apex.
But the Apex is issued on
EOS
as well? Okay.
EOS, also everything is EOS. Also all the NFTs, also virtual properties, they're all NFTs on EOS, or the FIFA NFTs, they're all on EOS. They all sit on EOS, yeah.
So, where do you see the friction? Like, do you see any friction in terms of, onboarding users at this point? I mean, obviously, you made it easier for the wallet interface. Like, you solved that bottleneck, but then what else do you see that needs to be?
Yeah, I think user onboard. First of all, when you want to, people coming with certain expectations, and the metaverse is a very broad thing. Because when you think about gaming, right, or when, you download Angry Birds or whatever game you do, and it's a very one specific thing you do. Metaverse is very much, there's so many things you can do, and then the entry point is different, right? I always compare it maybe to a country, right? When you go, from let's say Germany to France, or from Japan to China, or wherever you go, right? But it's always the way you land there, you come with different expectations. Maybe you fly in with a plane, and then you go to the main city, and let's say Paris, right? And then you need a guide who helps you to go through Paris, right? But maybe you fly also maybe southern France, right? And maybe you went there because you want to go to the beach and enjoy yourself, right? So that's exactly the things which is also the metaverse is about, that people have different entry points, and that is the biggest challenge, right? To address all those, because people are coming to expectations, and you have to match that.
So we talked about entry points. Now, where do you see, where is it popular, like Upland? I mean, which sector, is it, I'm throwing out things like fashion and sports, is something that you guys are partnering with, I guess. FIFA, is that something new? So where do you see, in terms of use case, right, Upland, where is it popular?
So Upland, since we are so broad, we have different. We're coming from this idea of property trading games. So, inspiration by Monopoly. That's what lots of people are coming in. They're collecting properties. They're trading them between themselves.
Virtual real estate.
Virtual estate trade, but gamified in a certain way, right? So gamified, right? However, now we're just doing, because right now, as we speak, the World Cup is happening for women in New Zealand, Australia, right? So we're having, a few things. They, we're launching bundles there, and they're selling out very quickly. Of course, this is also again seasonal driven, right? So you always have to do that. And then we have cars and car racing. So each time we actually sell cars in Upland, they go like that, right? Because people want to use them in the races.
So you talk a lot about open metaverse and open standards and interoperability. So when a user moves their NFT into your metaverse, Upland, you don't make money off that, right? Because they bought it from other metaverse and they're just porting it over to Upland. Now, how do you monetize? You still have to host it, and you have to. So
whenever you said when you go into a country, when you use my example again, when you drive from Germany to France, you don't want to stop with your car, right? And said, okay, now I have to buy a new car because I'm entering France. It was really ridiculous, right? So just take the car with you.
You pay toll fees, but not you don't have to buy a car yet.
Exactly. But no, since you haven't bought a car, right, now you have more money to spend it in a hotel or whatever you do. And that's exactly the way it works. So it's not a, it doesn't go, 1 + 1 is not 2, is 3 or something, if you can combine it like this. But the idea is people come to a metaverse, right? And because they have now maybe other possibilities, either their time or they have money they can spend. And that's basically they do additional things and then they engage much more, right? And then they actually become much stickier.
That's talking about the network effect kind of thing, with the things they do inside your metaverse, right? That's where you would monetize.
Yeah, we monetize this. We find other ways for them to do something, right? Maybe sell derivative NFTs, what they already have, right? Or they can buy a nice add-on for them. Or maybe they just do a secondary market transactions where we also take a small cut, right? So it depends on which currency.
Cool. I think in the interest of time, we may stop here. I don't know if anyone joined online or, well, if not, thanks for the short discussion.
All right, okay. And see you all in Upland in the metaverse. And Tokyo's coming.
Okay, I think the next speaker is Ishikawa. I think it live. Live meaning, are they here? Okay, so the speaker is here. So I guess we'll take a 2-minute break. HDMI?
I'm Daiki from Riki Corporation, and today I'm going to talk about learning data generation, especially synthetic data generation for AR learning. And myself from Ricky Corporation, later 下の方も出てくるんで、もし翻訳小さくしていただけたらと思います。Well, I'm an executive officer from Ricky Corporation, and we are mainly using a kind of real-time engine for synthetic data learning. And myself is a kind of a certified developer of an Epic Games, and as well as I'm belonging to the Japanese virtual reality committee. And then our strategy to make this market is that kind of connecting to the developers, NVIDIA and Epic Games and Meta. And every companies are very closely related to the metaverse market. And then we are mainly using the Omniverse and Unreal Engine so far. Well, today's topic is that AI learning thing. And AI, it requires a lot of data set of learning data. And it requires kind of a specific scene as well as kind of a labeling thing as well. So many data are required. And then we are producing those kind of data set as a kind of a synthetic data, using a real-time engine. And advantage of using the synthetic data is a lot of things are included here. And one of them is that cost reduction. So if you're going to try to develop in a car on a road, you need to make a kind of car testing again. But if you are using a synthetic data, it is very easy to replicate same thing. And also especially a dangerous situation, you're gonna try to test those kind of thing very easy to do the ones in a kind of a real-time engine situation. And also scalability is very important thing because Omniverse and Unreal engines are very effective way to develop a kind of a simulation, but it requires to be connected to the other simulators as well. So scalability is also very important. And today I'm going to talk about major domains we are dealing with. Developing AI within the synthetic data, including automotive, robotics, and industrial inspections. And the first one is an automotive vehicle. And automated driving requires three kinds of concepts here. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, anyways. So perception, judgment, and control. So human usually drives in a car. They are perceiving the other surroundings, and then they are gonna judge how to move on a ride, and then they're controlling, steering, and acceleration can be decided. So even though this is done by an AI, still perception, meaning a sensor in the surrounding situation, such as a LiDAR, radar, or something like some kind of cameras, and then judgment by AI, and then finally control will be done. And synthetic data is very effective for the perception phase, actually. So here's a movie. Here is a metropolitan way of Tokyo, actually. And then car ride simulation is here. And then some sorts of criminal set are simulated spontaneously in this situation. And this synthetic data actually consists of a lot of elements here. So including the scenery, surrounding buildings, and also scenario, how cars are going on the same road, and also road surfaces and the camera itself. So many components are combined in this situation. And actually very much accurate kind of replication are required for the synthetic data. So here is a comparison. Left one is an actual lens distribution, and then we need to replicate a kind of a lens distribution itself. So right one, you can see that if the side of the picture are bending more and more, it means kind of distortion, including F4V, CMOS, and so on. Camera parameters should be replicated here. And also road surfaces is very important. So as I showed you in a movie, and then on the road, we have measured actually the road surfaces by point cloud data. But the point cloud data itself is very heavy to deal with. So finally, we need to kind of reduce the polygon data, even though like we need to maintain the surfaces. I mean, like surfaces smoothly. And finally, like we can do the various scene generation from using this one. So climate changing and time changing. So the testing AI, especially automotive drivers, requires a lot of situation here. So we are testing again this kind of situation. Oops. It's okay. Well, let's continue. Actually, like we are having a good project with the Subaru, Subaru, and this is kind of we are opening this project use cases, and the Subaru's car has a kind of a stereo cameras upper side, and then like when the stereo camera watches our CZ and real-time engine situation, they can still distinguish which is car, which is human, something like that. I mean, annotation can be possible. So it means like we do not need any kinds of a real road simulation anymore, but this kind of a synthetic data situation is required mandatory.
Wait.
Okay. All right, let's continue. Well, so then for this situation, like for the Subaru project, actually like they are testing this kind of thing whole day, but actually like with using this kind of synthetic data, it only just takes 30 minutes. So this is very, very cost effective. And actually like this simulation can be done by a hardware in the loop simulation, Hills simulation. So Hills usually requires actual controls as a part of the simulation. So in this case, like camera sensors as well as kind of a control unit is actual one. So they are watching the synthetic data, and finally the judgment will be done by the automotive like control unit, and finally the other simulator will calculate how to behave the next frame. Those kind of a loop will be done, and finally like Hills simulation can be done. So this is actually like a Subaru's Hills, one part of the Hills here. So this kind of a unit can be done, so we do not need to go the real road anymore. And this kind of technology can be used for drone simulation as well. Actually, like in Japan, like national drone manufacturers are getting more and more numbers of manufacturers will show up right now. And one of the projects is that like using synthetic data for drone AI learning. Because like a drone itself has cameras, stereo cameras, and usually drone can be controlled by the GPS. But inside the especially factory or in-house, there is no GPS. So finally, the drone should be controlled by the real captured cameras. But it is difficult to do the kind of examination here, because if the drone out of control and going to the machinery, it's gonna be the very horrible situation. That is why like drone development requires a synthetic data situation right now. And robotics one. This is another story for the robotics one. Here is a movie. It is easy to understand. And we are actually working with a Makunika company. Makunika is a very strong company in Japan. And then we are replicating the real factory, distribution factory of Makunika. And then usually this kind of a robot are, working inside this factory with a human actually. So we are replicating like a very precise like factory inside buildings, as well as robot simulation, robotics model as well. Then finally like simulating. And this is used by the NVIDIA Omniverse. And then Omniverse is a very newly released kind of a simulation tool, and then that is very effective. So this is a comparison of the physical versus virtual. So upper side is in CZ, but the lower side is in a physical warehouse. So like especially like a light refraction is very same. And also like the kind of the texture, especially like a metal or wood or something like that, is very very much like a same level of the physical ones. So finally, those kind of situation can be used for a lot of applications. So for example, NV blocks automatically drives to the specific point, kind of controlling factory machine. And visual sum again, visual sum is a camera sensor, and then like they can catch the surrounding situation. And also like stereo disparity, replication. So many things can be done in this kind of synthetic data situation. And also like, for example, this one is connected to the NVIDIA JetSon already. So NVIDIA JetSon is actually this box, this one. So this is, we have made up this situation, and JetSon will perceive this one and kind of decide which is a person, which is any surroundings. So this kind of a combination of methods is easily can be done right now. So actually like a drone is working with JetSon as well, in Japan mainly. So that is why like those kind of projects are very much like effective to using like with using synthetic data. So the final one is the industrial inspection. So inspection process automation is going in Japan. So kind of a generation of a defective product data, because like inspection automation requires a lot of deficit data, but very much various like deficit data is required for the automation, as well as like some deficit will not show up easily. So that is why we are making this kind of a scratch or something like that on the product, the finally capturing from the cameras, and that is a kind of AI learning data. So this is not physical, real one. This is produced by the computer graphics. But kind of texturing is very much like very much same with a physical one, especially like a light refraction, this kind of a very scratch thing, and this kind of a texture. All kind of thing are much, the technique thing is much better than before. That's why the camera inspection is a very effective way of learning. And so actually like how to make this kind of situation is that like putting the object inside a scene, and finally the light situation, we are putting very much same with the real situation. So if light is right upper side on the product, and in the side, from side to the like lighting, so the result will be changed. So the light situation in, kind of a right kind of a strength is also very much should be same as a real one. So then my summary is that like this kind of a real-time engine situation and using this kind of real-time engine is enhancing kind of AI learning. And AI learning sometimes requires kind of a lot of like difficulties to take the data itself. So that is why this kind of technology is very useful, we believe. And also like particularly like optical devices such as cameras are very much adaptable for this kind of techniques. So lighter and visual sum especially one, it's car companies are actually applying this kind of technology already. So then like this kind of thing is should be good for globally, we think. All right, that is my end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Minjun Zhang, AR in China. Sorry, our next speaker is Jianwei Zhang. It'll be on AI.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah,
Let me
please go ahead.
share my screen. Can you see my slide? Can you see my slide and hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and we can see your slides very clearly. Thank you.
It's a full screen or presentation models?
I can see your. It's not full screen mode. I can see. Yep.
Okay. So let me readjust.
I can see outline screen too now.
Let me. It's not better.
Yes. It's perfect,
Great.
right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's my great pleasure to give a talk at the Kyoto Metaverse Conference. I'm now in Hamburg, Germany. Sorry to miss the presence in Kyoto this time. I was there last November for the largest robotic conference, IROS. It's so a beautiful city. I hope I can be there next time. So I will talk about how to use metaverse for industry 4.0 and robots. So my institute is called Institute of Multimodal Systems, and I'll first introduce how metaverse interact with physical and virtual world. And as we all know, meta means beyond universe. So it's a computer-generated universe that drawing into the and Google's and pumping into your iPhone. Huh? And I'm very interested in the perspective of multimodal system. That means as we interact with the physical world, not only through the traditional way of visual and audio, but also the other so-called modalities like touch and hearing or even taste. And this is the proportion of different modalities in nature human communications. I hope that later metaverse will be able also to allow more touch, at least to interact with each other. So in our human-to-human communication, and we have very different modalities for interaction.
And we use speech, we use graphics, we use also human gestures, even mimic, and also some physical or signals, and even the brain signals. So I believe the future interaction of metaverse with a real physical world will be also multimodal and beyond the audiovisual things. And if we look at the evolvement of the user interface paradigms, and it's a very clear development in the 1960s. There's only one user interface for interacting with a computer, and then it's later with the graphic user interface. And so in the last decade, we have this natural user interface with touch, like for our iPad. And now we are slowly entering an era of so-called spatial, supernatural, more smart or social user interface. We call it, of course, is multimodal. And multimodal display will be not only like this the wonderland into which Alice walked with appropriate programming such a display would literally like this. This audiovisual and three-dimensional is the first step. We hope that this multimodalities will be more rich. And recently we have a lot of new method and in artificial intelligence and in neural network based approaches. So one example is so-called nerve, and for this for 3D reconstruction and display. So we can represent very complicated and scenes as neural radiance field, so-called nerve, for viewing synthesis. So we can have a 5D input position plus direction, and generate with very photorealistic output with colors and density. So if we look at this three-dimensional humanoid, so we can see clearly the quality improvement in the last 5 years, and it has been improved significantly thanks to the methods developed like this nerve. So now we can have quite a realistic rendering, for example, using nerve model. And in the coming years, we hope that virtual reality, mixed reality will have more and more applications. So in Germany, and also in cooperation with some companies, international companies, we are very interested in using the physical, cyber physical systems connected with internet data and services. We believe that current trend of connecting physical object equipment and to shape the certain kind of embedded systems and the cyber physical systems will generate big impact for the future production and also for robot, which will impact our life in daily environment. So if we think about this robotic of things on the right, and then we have this extended reality on the left, and also there is another interaction shape that's like purely intelligent virtual agent. So we believe these three kind of object will interact with each other, and to all together they can be generated as a blended reality spaces. So for future metaverse, we believe that perception, cognition, action, so will be more and more complex. So like we interact with the other human beings. So that means this modality sensory discrepancy will be more and more being improved, and then we need to observe the sensory feedback, and on the other side the motor comments. So if this will be considered as a loop, and we should consider the top-down, bottom-up for perceptions, and also after the motor commands, and our cognition models will integrate with both perception and motor control side. So okay, so this an example of being connected with the real world, and also the physical interactions. And this shows a small example of the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz visiting our lab in Hamburg. So by using this tactile sensing, and he showed his smile, which is seldom shown to the journalist. So also we think that this mix of virtual reality and this robot will be shown alternatively by interacting with humans. And this shows an example that we have done as a robot head, which can show the realistic emotions and facial expressions to the human beings. And beyond this pure virtual one, and we think this robot will be also play a very important role in mediating the virtual and the physical world. So in order to achieve the needs-based future technology and disruptive innovation, we need to combine the artificial intelligence, virtual reality, robot, green science, and even new material, new energy together. And to meet the needs from different vertical applications like Industry 4.0. So I'm a member of the German Academy of Engineering. So we proposed the Industry 4.0 12 years ago, but it's still valid today. And also the other transportation, medical, agriculture, infrastructure, maintenance, education, well, all the important application vertical field for metaverse. So example like this is a mobile robot we developed almost 20 years ago. So that's a robot working in a physical world, and now this robot, of course, can be also scheduled and displayed in a metaverse world. And also, we are working with the real interaction models like this multi-finger hand, and use this complex manipulations of pipetting using tools and so on and so forth. So these are all the future interaction modes for a multimodal metaverse in the future. In the agriculture applications, of course, is also very important to supervise the harvesting and counting the fruit and so on and so forth, and like a robot moving in the field, and on the other metaverse side, and to connect the humans with the real physical world, and then use the metaverse to count the food and to navigate the robot, and then even for logistic and harvesting. And also for rehabilitation training, assistive robot, so metaverse will be also used in the future. And then we are also generating this collaborative robot with very sensitive force control. So this is one of the most advanced force torque controlled manipulator in the world, called Agile Robot. So locating in Germany, and this robot can be used later for interacting with humans in surgical, in massage, and also for industry applications. And also in medical or surgical robot systems, and I think the traditional way of planning surgery procedures using the 2D simulation can be significantly enhanced to three-dimensional cave, or even with torque and force. So this is an example that we have done for spinal surgery in the last years, and the robot integrate the force torque on the tools and even the sound information during the spinal operations. We believe this kind of multiple sensing beyond the audiovisual will be integrated also for the multimodal metaverse for the surgery planning and the supervision. So digital twin is the current, mostly current state of art for Industry 4.0 applications. That means we can currently use this 3D animation and simulation of factories, working procedures, factory layout, and also handling planning tasks that for a given task for production. And we see that currently most of the applications are digital and not containing too much information about the touch and other modalities yet, but we believe this audiovisual digital or twins factory will be later enhanced with other modalities. Now, ChatGPT is also become very interested to the other general audience, and this interaction with natural language, with manufacturing, is currently also a very hot topic. And for example, we can chat with industry factory data and to ask questions like how to check the depositories in the factory and how to enhance the quality quotation. And also we are working with these interactions with robot by showing the human hand and let the robot display and to replicate the human gestures. This is one publication my postdoc has just generated. In order to let the future metaverse to have more interaction models, we are developing different ways of detecting the human manipulation actions, not only in audiovisual shape, but also the force part, and to detect the false information that a human applies during the fine manipulation. And my PD student Phillips have developed this kind of stretchable tactile sensing, and which can wrap very fully and stretchable on the finger, and to let the interaction during the manipulation being detected for the tactile information. And also we are developing this kind of humanoid walking, and through the metaverse world first, and we use the current sim to real method, and to transfer the skills from the virtual to the real robot. And this is another example of how metaverse can be used to accelerate the robot development. And in another project I have been coordinating is the so-called experience-based learning. So during the real interactions of robot with the physical world, the robot learns gradually different knowledges, and then after the learning, the robot interaction length with humans can be significantly reduced, and also the error of fitness to idea model can be reduced. And this is an example how robot can learn the knowledges and apply this to reduce the error. And another example of using evolutionary computation for robot-robot interaction, human-robot interaction with the real world is shown in this example of co-located mixed reality human-robot interaction. So the some of the work have been published in the IROS conference, and if we generated joint configuration of a given task in Cartesian space like this, and then we have a method to generate automatically different motions of very complicated degree of freedom humanoid robot. And this pose objectives are defined, and then we can see all posture solutions are obtained in the real time. And if we let the evolutionary optimization, and each point corresponds to the gene, individual, and the colors and hand poses and looking directions can be shown in the metaverse world. And then we can program the robot in a very efficient way, and just on the task space, and all the other natural poses of the configuration are automatically generated. So this is a very clear example and how to use the robotic technology for the better interaction of the physical world. And we are also interested in developing different kind of interaction models for not only for virtual interactions, but also the physical interactions. This is a ping pong playing robot developed by my students, and this robot can play with humans over 1 hour, achieve the Guinness World Record. So for playing with human more than 1 hour, with over 6,000 back and forth playing, and can be used also for rehabilitation and entertaining and sports therapy in the future. And the other example is to moderate haptic perception in augmented reality. And this example is being implemented in the so-called cross-modal learning project, which is currently being implemented in Hamburg, and also some partners internationally. And we are interested in finding the mechanism of humans for multimodal interaction, integration, and learning, and how to transfer this to metaverse and the robot world. And this procedure is called natural cross-modal learning and artificial multi-modal learning. So like our brain, we hope that data of different kind, like video, audio, text, sound, and touch, and the other kind of data can be effectively bound and integrated. So for the future interactions. So we consider the audio, visual, audio, and the somatosensory, and the other artificial sensing, like text, and also the rangefinders, RGBD, even brain signals. So within the project, also our partners from neuroscience are very interested in finding the brain neural circuit during the interaction with sound, with visual, and or with both information integrated. And then we try to find out how these procedures can be modeled and used in the human-robot interaction. And our partners also developing some method for metaverse applications for haptic detection. And at the robotic part, and we try to generate a photorealistic and also with touch information as a kind of cross-modal simulation environment, robot navigation and manipulation. And with our partners, we are also interested in the natural tactile or sensor stimulation. So, by simulating how humans interact with the physical world, we are also using robot for different interaction models. And this is a very good example how the cross-model pattern discrimination can be compared between humans and robots. And another example is physical real-world transfer and validation, and how this different kind of manipulation parts can be transferred between physical and the real world. And also how the multimodal reinforcement learning for multi-finger grasping can be realized. I'm running out of my time, but I'm about to close. So also three modalities interact together, like this robot playing guzheng, and also a very good example of integrating audio, visual, and the real touch information together. And this technology will be also more observed in the future. And we have a lot of interesting multimodal interactions like this, playing music, using tools, and then different communication models between human and robot, and even physical interaction with a physical world. And we believe that multimodal interaction in blended space in the future will be really useful for landing the metaverse and robotic technology, for helping people to improve the quality of life, and also for some ethical good applications. I look forward to cooperate with you in the future. Thank you.
So we have a speaker online, Minjun Zhang from AR in China.
Uh, 张总，你在吗？好，你可以开出你的麦吗 ？OK。
我开着，刚才我没有权限自己来解除静音。
OK， 那就麻烦你现在帮我们讲一下，我们这里的讲演的时间就由你来主持了，谢谢。
好的，感谢。我看一下我这个共享屏幕，我需要共享一下我的屏幕。这个 Zoom 的共享屏幕在哪啊？这里找着了。大家好，我是来自中国 AR in China 的创始人张明军。这次呢非常开心能够跟大家有这样一次线上分享的机会。本来呢应该是有机会去来到京都，去到日本跟大家进行线下的这个交流，签证出了一些问题。好，那个进入我今天分享的主题，我给大家讲一下我们 AR in China 作为中国国内的一个 XR 的服务型社区，我们在做什么样的一些工作。那我们的 AR in China 社区呢是成立于2012年，那今年呢已经是第11个年头，所以呢在这个整个11年当中呢，我个人呢一直没有离开思考这个技术如何去服务产业。同时呢在这个过程当中呢，我成立了7个相关的业务子公司。我们现在目前的员工人数呢大概在100位左右，涉及的内容呢包括了这个我们的行业媒体，也就是 AR in China。同时呢，我们还有自己的这个数字内容制作工厂 XR 的这个人才培养业务，以及呢一系列这个基于 XR 技术的一些行业解决方案。那么今天呢，还是主要以 AR in China 这条主线来介绍一下我们在做什么样的工作。那这次大会呢是一次国际性的这个会议，所以呢，我觉着呢，AR in China 能够在国际的舞台上做什么样的工作来促进产业的发展，是我本次汇报的一个主题思想。那么这个 PPT 呢是展示了 AR in China 从2012年成立，从2013年开始，我们就参与到了国内和国际的一些和 XR 技术相关的各类型的线上和线下的交流活动。这些活动呢都是 AR in China 这个深度参与或者是自己就是参与组织的一些大会。那么在今年的下个月的8月份我们有2次活动，一次呢是在中国的南京我们有一个 FMIF 未来元宇宙创新论坛Metaverse Talks 这样一个元宇宙的活动。那么在8月底呢，我们在新加坡还有一个 AW Asia， 这个 AWE 呢在美国呢已经也有10多年的这个历史。那么 AWE 呢在中国本地的这个 就是活动的合作伙伴呢，一直是由 AR in China 作为这个合作媒体及协办方这个我们已经合作了有5年，所以呢，经过这么长时间的对产业的交流的这个活动的组织，那我们呢在这个过程当中呢，其实服务了很多这个国外的这个技术如何进入国内我随便列举了一些比如说这个大概是在2016年我们和捷克布拉格的一个团队，他们做的呢其实是 project mapping， 那么也是一个非常有想象力的这个团队，他们的产品呢在捷克呢可能就是毕竟市场小一些，那么在中国呢，我们帮助他们打开了中国的市场，在中国总共部署了大概有20多处这个他们的这个互动式、沉浸式的这种体验的这个设备。脚上这个呢还是一个移动式的，这个是在杭州、在浙江的一些这个城市的商超进行了这个代理商的一些活动，效果是非常不错的。那么除了这种应用，我们还帮其实还一直在帮一些海外的这个技术呢，积极的在做中国国内的一些厂商的嫁接。比如说，这是来自于以色列的 Reality Plus， 那他们的产品呢，我们在几次交流当中呢，他们非常期待呢能够和中国的这个 AR 眼镜厂商建立联系。在这个过程当中呢，我们就协助他做了很多国内的宣传。另外，他们下个月也可能会来到中国，然后呢做他们的产品路演，参加我们的这个活动的展会。这个是以前我们有一个这个制作和美国的 Legend 3D 有一个制作的项目呢，想把那部分的制作放到中国。这个这是2019年，然后我们和这个加州的Berkeley 的 Skydeck 孵化器也有这样的一些合作。这是我们和韩国在2020年的时候有疫情，那么他们那边呢也有一些非常优秀的数字技术相关的企业想在中国找合作的机会。那么 AR in China 就联合这个应该是中青南道省的这么一个创新服务机构，我们做了这样一次线上的路演。AR in China 邀请了很多中国的这个投资人和中国的一些这个孵化器，同时呢在线观众呢也达到了也超过了这个5万人他们对这种中韩之间的这种创新项目也是非常期待的。在2017年的时候呢，我个人呢也受邀参加了这个硅谷的这个创业节，同时呢这个17年应该是在CES 呢，我们也组织了一个AR 和 VR、XR 的这么一个专题的论坛在 CES 的一个分展厅 Sense Hall 做了这么一个活动。所以呢，总之呢 ，AR in China 在国际交流方面呢，其实也是非常积极的这个在做一些工作。我们希望呢把海外的优秀的这个技术能够嫁接到中国的这么一个巨大庞大的市场。我们也希望呢把中国的今年，当然我们也希望把中国的一些优秀产品呢能够输出到国外，看看我们有没有这种就是国际的这种合作的这个机会。AR in China 呢，在中国呢，由于应该目前已经是国内最早的一个算是聚焦在XR 领域的一个行业社群，那我们应该目前的这个成立时间是最早的，所以呢，我们先后参与了包括这个西安增强现实产业联盟，然后教育部的这个中国教育部的虚拟仿真产业联盟，中国增强现实核心技术产业联盟等大概10多个中国各省市相关的元宇宙的组织。那么这些组织呢，分布在中国34个这个省市自治区所以呢，我们的这个辐射能力还是非常强的。好了，接下来呢是我想要跟大家分享的就是 AR in China 除了把海外的优秀的技术嫁接到中国之外呢，我们从今年开始呢，也逐步在希望做一些把中国的技术和服务能力输出到海外，希望呢，就是我们能够参与到这个整个国际的这个 XR 应用的大生态当中，这是 AR in China 接下来今年要着重做的这个事情。那么这些事情当中呢，我们具体是怎么做的呢？ 我给大家简单分享一下我另外一个 PPT 里面的这个内容啊，是这样子，比如说我们现在这些文件呢，现在是中文的。随后呢，我们逐步会把我们的这些方案呢翻译成这个英文比如说我们现在我们自己 AR in China 针对XR 的优秀解决方案呢，我们自己有一个叫增强现实中国产业研究院。那比如说这款产品呢叫沉浸式教室是针对这个中国现在倡导的科普教育的这么一个产品。那这份这个产品介绍当中呢，有产品的项目简介、行业的分析，也会包含了这个产品现在目前的一些这个应用。那这个产品呢是基于 Cave 系统的一个元宇宙内容。当然，我觉得在目前的真正的行业落地应用上呢，我们往往不把它局限在它是一个 AR 眼镜，还是像我后面的这样的一个 VR 眼镜，或者说是用投影做成的这样的一个 Cave 系统。那么总之它其实在内容上是一致的。那么说到这里呢，其实最近我们国内就在昨天刚刚发布的一个眼镜叫 AR Gnome， 这是我们国内非常知名的这个创新团队这个以前是华为荣耀手机的团队出来做的设备。当然了，另外一个呢，就是我们国内还有 Rocket， 像 X-Rail 像这个像这个其他的一些 AR 的硬件创业产品。那么大家都知道这些产品呢，在发布宣传的时候呢，其实主打的就是 2C， 在探索 AR 眼镜 2C 的这么一个过程。但事实情况是，以上呢所有的这些，包括国内的 AR 眼镜来讲的话，他们在做 2C 的这个规划的同时呢，不得不在现阶段探索或者是尝试很多 To B 的业务。只有这些 To B 的业务，或许是整个团队除了靠融资之外的收入的一个非常主要的来源。所以呢，我们就是 AR in China 呢，也在积极的去把一些优秀的这个内容呢，把它挖掘出来。那这些内容呢，日后呢，可能无论是在对国际市场也好，还是说作为产业交流也好，我希望呢能够给大家呢带来启发。那这个产品呢叫光影片场这是现在这个做 XR 拍摄、虚拟拍摄的一个细分应用。其实呢，虚拟拍摄呢，我们最早在做国际的一些技术合作的时候呢，跟英国的 Incam 有一个深度的合作。Incam 现在被那个蔡司收购了，他们那个技术非常厉害。当时呢，我们采购的设备大概人民币在160-170万，再加上引工的搭建，可能花到了200-300万人民币。但是呢，现在呢，这个随着这个工具的这个提升比如说这个 U14的这个强大，那么这种基于 U14的这种拍摄呢就是这种虚拟拍摄就成本降低了非常非常多。那这款产品呢，就是利用这样的一些技术的优势，然后呢找到了一个细分应用。找到了一个细分应用是做什么呢？就是做这种影视片的这种拍摄。目前这个产品呢，在中国的一些文旅景区这个现在景区里非常流行，就是我们中文叫妆造，就是穿上古代的这个衣服。比如说今天这个小施女士穿了这个和服，那么我们的背后的场景大部分都是现代的场景。那我们通过这样的一个简易的设备，可能不到10万人民币，它就可以把自己植入到这个电影当中。那么这款产品呢，就是核心的优势呢，就是它签约了很多这个电影版权和爱奇艺和这个上影都有一些合作。那么热拍的这个就是热门的这个剧目呢，如果客户穿上这样的服装，就可以去拍一些相关的这种视频这种体验呢也是非常好的。这是我们在上海豫园开的第一家店这个 slogan 呢非常好，叫好电影自己演。也就是说，通过这种虚拟拍摄的设备，让普通人也可以 体验一下，或者是把自己置身在知名的影视片段场景当中。所以我觉得这个应用呢，虽然说技术上呢，不是特别难，但是呢，在细分应用上非常好。还有一个呢，就是高校实验室安全管理规范，这也是另外一个产品。那么这个应用呢是就是针对呢中国的大学对于这个实验室的安全呢要求非常高这个大家对元宇宙对虚拟现实了解的话，那么 XR 呢应用于这种安全模拟和安全培训其实是非常好的。那么就是我们这个产品呢就是结合了这个学校教育部对于这个学校的要求，开发出来了一套就是适合各类型的工科和理科，比如说有化学、有物理、有这种工程专业的这些实验室来做的这么一个产品。这套产品呢集成度也非常高，有这么一个安全培训箱然后里面有佩戴着那个内容，学校呢可以直接采购这套设备，也可以进行租赁服务。然后呢，从使用上呢，它会有一个叫签名那在中国呢，这个就是特别是像学校这样的机构比如说实验室呢，它不能发生事故。发生事故呢，这个责任很重要，所以呢，这个学校呢一定要尽它所谓的这个安全告知义务。同时呢，学校一定要给学生在不同类型的实验室当中呢进行这个相关的安全和这种事故的演练培训。那么当发生事故的时候，这个家长呢可能就会觉得就会有很多纠纷嘛，所以呢这个产品呢它会有电子留痕。那这样的话呢，这个就是最起码学校呢会有一个很好的解释这套产品呢帮助学生提升自己这种安全认知的同时呢，能够解决这个学校的这种就是跟学生家长发生事故的这种纠纷的概率吧。所以呢，也是一个非常有想法的产品。日后呢，可能会翻译成不同的版本供大家参考。那个可能还有一些这个相关的这个产品日后呢，我可能会呢通过咱们日本元宇宙协会小石女士呢也和大家进行一些深度的这个交流。今天呢，由于时间关系呢，我就不展开这个其他细节项的这个交流了。非常感谢这个咱们日本元宇宙协会给 AR in China 这样的机会，也希望呢未来呢和日本元宇宙协会携手大家能够做更多的这样的一些交流。目前呢元宇宙技术呢还是在一个发展过程当中，那么我觉着呢只有大家进行更多的交流，才能够推动这项技术应用于各个不同的这个细分领域好，我的分享就到这里，谢谢大家。主持人。
You need a mic, right? Or is this okay? This is okay?
I'm so scared.
No, no, it's okay. Just
好，主持人，我的分享结束了，谢谢你。
Wait a second, wait a second.
Okay.
She's gonna come to
Who?
me. That, I don't know. That girl.
You know her? Here, you can use the mic.
Yeah. Oh my god. My goodness. No way. I'm so scared. Oh my god.
No, this is it. You don't need these people.
No,
everyone. Let me introduce the next speaker, Miyuki Komuro here. She is 10 years old. Thank you. Primary school student of Notre Dame. What is that? Elementary school. And also she is a junior international metaverse. What is that? Okay, yep. So, okay, let's dive in. Okay, good. And talk to the mic.
今からメタバースはどのようなゲームがあるのかについて話します。まず、ロブロックスという人気な仮想空間のゲームを紹介します。ロブロックスとはっていうことなんですけど、ロブロックスは他のユーザーが作成したさまざまなゲームをプレイしたり、ユーザー自身もゲームを作成することのできるゲームプロットフォームです。利用されるゲームのすべてがユーザー自身によって作成されていることから、ゲーム版の YouTube ととても好評になっています。またゲーム内でリアルタイムでのユーザー同士のコミュニケーションができるため、ゲーム内のアバターやアイテムを販売するっていうことができるんですけど、そうするとメタバースの一つになるんです。基本的には無料で、複数の人たちとプレイできることになってて、簡単な創作でゲームを、簡単な作業でゲームを楽しめることで、コロナウイルス感染が広まったから、より暇な時間が生まれたことなどにより、小学生を対象に世界中で爆発的に流行りな流行を見せています。2004年にリリースされたロブロックスは現在ユーザーはなんと4億人、デイリーアクティブユーザーは5000万人と圧倒的なユーザーを抱えるメタバースと発展しています。またロブロックス上でやり取りされている仮想通貨、ロブラックスっていうロブラックスの、流通額は2021年時点で約3兆円を記録しており、2021年3月、米ナスダック上の時の、価格時価総額は最大3兆円に達しました。ロブロックスについて2021年のフェイスブックの、メタへ、社名変更をきっかけに、世界的に注目を集めるメタバースなんですけど、そんなメタバースを、代表するサービスであるロブロックスが、若手世代を中心に、急激にユーザー数を伸ばしています。一方でロブロックスって聞いたことあるけど、どんなサービスかは知らない、何が理由で多くのユーザーが熱中しているのかがわからないという方も多いのではないでしょうか。そこで、今回はロブロックスの概要や特徴を初心者の方にも分かりやすく、説明します。次にメタバースについて話します。メタバースとはユーザー一人一人のアバターを通じてコミュニケーションや、経済活動を行うことのできる、3次元の仮想空間のことです。メタバース空間では現実に近い環境で活動ができるので、例えば集まって会話をしたり、スポーツやライブや買い物などを楽しんだりすることができます。また社会的には SF 映画のようにメタバース上のサービスとデバイスが、進化していれば、 食事と睡眠時間以外ほぼ全てが体験できるようになるとも言われています。今から、お姉さんがちょっとそのインタビューしてくれるので、ちょっと
I have 3 questions, very, very quick. How many avatars do you have in Roblox?
4 avatars.
You have 4 avatars. And how many friends do you have on Roblox?
I have 104 friends.
104 friends, and you never met anyone in person?
Yeah.
All virtual friends?
Yeah.
And,
Always virtual friends.
and how many hours do you spend, like on average every day? Or maybe,
like 1 hour and a half.
Every day?
Yeah,
Okay.
every day,
An hour and a half every day, 90 minutes every day.
Yeah.
How about like Saturday, Sunday?
Saturday, Sunday, we can like play more, so like 2 hours, 3 hours, and like they can play every like many word.
Yeah.
Like they can play athletic and like story game, like mini game. They can play in Roblox.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you when you play these games, right? You get some points.
Yeah.
So how many?
They have 1 point, like they have a 1 word, like they can like took that point and like they can find something, and like if you looked at and took that item, they can give some point, and like 15 point up, like they can give 15 point. So like if we have a 100 point, like they can change.
Oh, okay. What can you change?
Like,
Yeah.
they can change to Robux. Robux is like one, like they can buy, like avatar.
For 100 points, like you can buy an avatar.
You can buy avatar.
You have 4 avatars.
4 avatars.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we have the last panel for today. Yeah, I think we need, well, it's just me, actually. Well, Ishikawa is here, correct? Yeah, we need a chair. We need a chair. We need a chair, and I think Dr. Jianwei Zhang, is he online? Maybe you can move. I think the camera is here. The camera is over there. Okay. Yeah. Is the other speaker online? Somebody online, like John, Dr. Zhang. Okay, Ramesh Ramadas here. I serve as the chair of the IEEE Blockchain Initiative. Sorry, it's a blockchain technical community. I'm also on the board of governors of the IEEE Standards Association. We have it's basically me and Ishikawa. It's like a fireside chat. So you could do a quick intro and we will do a few now.
Yeah, myself, I'm from Rugate Corporation. So I was talking about the kind of synthetic data. So some, persons are having same interaction actually. But actually, like making the synthetic data is very basic and necessary for like future AI development, we think. So, yeah.
So, AI has been around for many decades. Just recently, the launch of ChatGPT by OpenAI to consumers, right? It wasn't accessible to, like IBM had this, AI model, but it wasn't accessible to everybody, right? But OpenAI made it accessible to anyone, right? Just like an app, and that really, created a lot of hype and wave. Maybe not a hype; it's really working. So almost like it was launched in November 2022, right? So since then, it seems like it has taken over metaverse almost like in terms of hype. Before that, metaverse was popular, and then after the ChatGPT was launched, and now like all about ChatGPT everywhere, right? Now the question is, of course, now recently there's a lot of worry about the safety and ethics and concerns, right? I mean, the last couple months or even 3 months, I would say there's a lot of discussion at the policymakers, like different governments, like some governments banned, and some governments like U.S. Congress, they had a hearing, and there's a lot of fear about like how is this going to affect the society, like the safety and ethics and so on. So now, how would, from your view, like how would AI or metaverse could benefit from this, recent generative AI that's going on now? Yeah.
By the ChatGPT or
well, in general, we can make it general, right? How could AI help metaverse?
Yeah, it's connected very closely, we believe, and then like some elements of metaverse can be, replaced by the kind of AI. So, for example, like if we are using kind of a metaverse like a communication tool, like AI can be replaced by the like a physical human. I mean, like input programmed AI can performs as like a human inside a metaverse. So that is kind of a very much effective way of usage metaverse.
You mean like an avatar?
Yeah.
With an AI engine?
Yes.
Driven by an AI engine.
Yeah.
So, for example, it could be like a teacher, right? Where
right.
A teacher that's custom to you versus me, like in the content will be customized.
Okay. That is true. Yeah.
So education is
especially education. So for some actual project, like our customer has difficulty to like move every time they need to like physically move to move the avatars. But in reality, it does not require. I mean, like avatar is an inputted program can be performed. So like physical one and the virtual performing in metaverse should be separated. So there is a very much important for like actual business field right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of talk about education and also training, like training skills development and all that. That's the safe side of it. But then there's also the dangerous side of it, right? There's like, there was a case where I think ChatGPT, and there was a person who was chatting with ChatGPT, and I think this ChatGPT told him to file a divorce or get divorced, something like that, from his wife. And then the other case, there was another case where I think the ChatGPT told this person to commit suicide or something like that, like, just, end your life or take your life, something like that. So this is like the dangerous side of AI. Well, one side is, it could create content. That's what we hear about, content creation, which is a good side of it. But then the bad side is these kind of things where the content creation could have negative consequences, in terms of safety. And so, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I think, let's hear from your.
I think, in your opinion, like kind of ethical problem is a very basic thing, and then like currently we can access any kind of information from ChatGPT or some kind of generative AI, but how we can trust the information, that is very difficult. And also in the future, every a local government or company tries to make their own generative AI thing, and the logical background is kind of should be opened. Otherwise, that is very dangerous. To input some kind of specific information from companies. So
yeah. So the training data, is basically whatever is available on the internet. But now it's interesting when the data produced by a model is used by another model. It's output of one model is being used as an input for another model, and it's it could just get really, really worse in that direction. You just training on an output from another model, right? Just eventually, if it happens a few times, then you can imagine what kind of results you could get, right? I mean, training from an original data set versus a generator data set. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually we are working for that already, and then for the automotive project. So every time the discussion is existing, physical versus physical training versus metaverse AI, generative AI training. But I cannot say the exact number. I know the number, but I cannot say. But anyways, very much similar results are coming. Even though generative AI synthetic data is used for learning phase or inspection phase, any kinds of ways that is very similar.
But there's no way to keep track of it, right? I mean, it's just, unless you put the data on blockchain and kind of keep track of, the data set, if you're not keeping track of it, you don't know the source, but you're going to basically trust the results, but not knowing what the source is, right? So it's going to be an interesting problem. I don't know how the researchers are going to label these data as safe data versus.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we have no idea about the reason and consequences of a relationship, but still it requires a lot of patterns of data. Yeah. And then after that, the accuracy of censoring is getting better. So
it's almost like you need a reputation system for training data.
Yeah.
Correct. That's I don't know how you could do something like this for all the data available on the internet. That's just
right.
That's just a really big problem. And of course, now the models are out there. Anybody could just take it, and it's open source, right? Anybody can take and train and do whatever they want with it. And how do you really enforce? How do you control it? A government. It's open source. Right. You can. I can just take any data, train, and then make it available to anyone. Correct. It's now. How do you?
Excuse me. And another doctor is joining.
Oh, is it online as well?
John.
Okay, John.
Yeah.
So maybe. Yeah. So sorry, we didn't know you were there. So now maybe you could share your views on, how do we, control this the training data, the trust on the training data, because there's so much data on the internet, and this primarily the large language models are based on this data. Data is the critical part of it, and how can we, label, okay, these are good data, these are bad data, and or this actually came out of another model, another language. It's an output, not the original data, but it's actually an output from another model, right? So how do you handle these kind of scenarios? Or any ideas or any direction, any thoughts? Dr. Zhang, are you there? Offline? Okay, so when he comes back online, we'll ask him.
Maybe online is not good. So
connection not good? That's fine. When he's back, we will ask him the question.
Okay.
So now let's talk about like how do you think like different countries would handle this? Like every country, the regulation is different. For example, European Union, they have AI Act, right? I think they're forward in terms of regulation compared to other countries. US, they just had a hearing 2 weeks, I guess a month or 2 months ago, they had a hearing. I think they're thinking about what to do. They're talking about creating like an agency, a separate agency to oversee this area. And, I don't know what other countries like, Japan and, China, like what are they trying to do? Like how would they approach this? Any thoughts on, like, I don't know if you can talk about Japan, what's happening?
Yeah, I think like the product itself very similar in any country, and then like I have actually no idea about the outside Japan, but still I'm very interested in like the situation. But the like another aspect of a problem is that like perception surroundings is a kind of same thing, but censoring is the same thing in any country. But the kind of after that, like AI should decide, like for example, like a car is going outside the road and turn to the left, but the human is there. So turning right or turning left, or some kinds of a judgment it should be trained for AI itself. And then kind of an ethical problem and those kind of a controversial problem is existing. That is, the policy should be different in the country, I think.
So has there been any discussions at the government level regarding policy? Yeah. There's a discussion about creating a new policy for AI, or they're busy with something else? Or
I believe those kind of a discussion is not going well. I mean, like, So instead of a physical situation, like taking the data, training data itself is very effective because like the cost effective, time effective, so it is clear as a result. But
maybe one last question, like, coming back to the data set, right? I mean, now, these like stable diffusion is generating beautiful images, but it's actually using art from other artists. Actually, they created. And same thing, music, right? I mean, it's taking music from other artists and then it's just creating a new music. And then now artists are suing, like, hey, it's my work, my work is being used to create all this thing and I should get paid for this. Same with music and art and all these different things, right? I mean, it's basically the data is coming from other work of other people. And, so how do we handle that? This is coming back to like, royalties, IP issues, IP rights, licensing, what are your thoughts on that?
There is a very difficult question. I mean, like in Japan, under discussion, we believe, especially like what is in the original? I mean, like
what is original?
So that is a very difficult.
And also, how do you prove, like, if there's an image, if Stable Diffusion produces an image from, training set, data set from, like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of other images, and how do you really, like, how do you pay, like, how do you, like, compensate people, like, in this scenario? It's really complicated, right? I mean, IP rights and then royalty distribution, like, it's not just the images, it's also in many things, like, they're using now generative AI to produce videos, like short movies, of course the music and all kinds of things. So all of these things are businesses based on copyrights and IP stuff, and it seems like it'll just completely derail all this model in place. So anyway, it's a complex scenario. So any other closing thoughts? Is Dr. Zhang back online?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, I don't know when you started hearing.
I'm here. Yeah.
So you have any thoughts on the IP rights? Especially, like if generative AI is used to create content from other people's work, like artists and, musicians and even movie makers. Any thoughts on that? Or you can, I think he's frozen again.
the topic is.
Yes, connection is bad.
Hello.
Hello，张会长啊，你可不可以介绍一下你的那个 AI 的，可以跟我们分享一下，你这里的最拿手的这些做得好的这些研究，给我们分享一下。
I
谢谢。
have given that my talk already, half an hour.
OK，Thank you。
Okay, I think.
I don't have a lot of opinion about the IP right here, so.
Okay, well, any points that you would like to share? Now your internet is working. Anything about the use of AI in metaverse?
What's the topic of this roundtable?
AI in metaverse. AI in metaverse.
AI in metaverse.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I present a lot of connections about using this large language model and for interacting with factories. So most of my opinion are reflected in my talk.
Okay.
I believe that the future metaverse should contain a lot of artificial intelligence. On one side, to allow more modalities, not only audiovisual, but also touch and physical, the so-called whole modalities, and then use this whole modalities to generate a multi-model, large language model. And this can be a big breakthrough for later let the metaverse connect the real physical world, so-called embodied intelligence. That's what we are working on. And at one side, use the general or large model. On the other side, to train the robot in the vertical specialized physical world and using the really multi-model input. And on this other side, the cognitive modeling is quite important. So the metaverse site should not only process simple signals, but also use the signals to build representations, have some cognitive model, and in order to react correctly. So not only just replaying the actions of the human users, but also has some autonomous functions. And this is the next big challenge, and how to let the metaverse have this cognitive model and to react intelligently. So these are two main points I want to present.
Okay, thank you. Any closing comments from you?
Well, yeah, metaverse. I like metaverse very much, but I mean, like, it should improve in the aspect of the monetizing actually for the business as well. So, for example, like if we are making kind of metaverse situation for sightseeing, it's difficult to monetize right now because like the fee model is not adequate situation. So those kind of thing is gonna be prepared for everyone. This kind of a metaverse business is gonna be better and widespreading all over the world. So I'm hoping we can have a kind of a new use cases, and then also I try to watch the use cases all over the world, and then finding the good a business use case as well. Yeah.
Cool. I think we can wrap it up here. So thank you for the opportunity. I think we will stop here and have any closing comments from the organizer? Have any closing comments?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining this discussion.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang, online.
Okay, yeah. See you. Bye bye.
Thank you, 张会长，非常感谢。
好。 See you next time. Bye bye.
See you next time. Thank you so much. 我们已经到了一个结束的时間了哈。そしたら本当に長い時間で1日でここまで皆さん付き合っていただき誠にありがとうございました。本当にこのガラガラの中でも実はオンラインの方で何万人がずっと今見てくれているということが生放送でずっとやってますので、まあ今回本当に、ビザが申請取れてなくてたくさんの方にも来られないんで、それでオンライン参加できたということが良かったなと思います。またうちの会長も急に、仕事が会議があるということで私の代わりの番で全部ここで対応するようなことになったので、私もとても不安の中で皆さんがここまで最後はできました。本当に心を込めて感謝いたします。ありがとうございます。そしてもう時間もかけられてますので、そろそろ晩餐会の方に移動しますので、6時になったら玄米子さんが来られるので、ぜひこういう一日の疲れが、晩餐会の時に盛り上がってリラックスして、そしたらまた改めて、来年のメタバース大会もぜひ、皆さんが宣伝してたくさんの人々を呼んできてこんな、席が満席になるように、期待していますので、本当にありがとうございました。今日はここまでです。ありがとうございます。